Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Well, we are here, the final show of 2025. Dave, can't believe we got here already. Mike Lefko, Dave Wyman with you. Yeah, we're off tomorrow because of bowl games, the college football playoff, off on New Year's Day as well. We'll be back on Friday. Well, Dave, you'll be on the way to San Francisco for a pretty big game we'll talk about. But yes, this is our final show of 2025. We'll have El Ombre at 2:30, John Morosi at 3, Dariq Young at 5. And then, Dave, something I think that will be pretty fun for us, for the listeners as well. It's a group participation project.
Yep.
The moments that define Seattle sports in 2025.
Yeah, I had to think about that, and on the way in, like the first thing that came to my mind was Cal Raleigh winning the home run derby. There's a lot more significant things than that, but I don't know, for some reason that was the one that stood out, and that's probably what I would ask you to text in 866-979-3776 is, what comes to mind first, whether it's, obviously I went right to the Mariners actually, just because it feels like, a little bit too recent with this, the Seahawks and some of the things that they've done. Certainly, I think yesterday when you and I talked about it, it was the catch to Sabi on the 2-point conversion that beat the Rams. So, yeah, anything, just whatever pops into your mind first. I'm curious what people would think of first. To me, it was a year, and I got accused of being talking too much about Cal Raleigh and weaving him into every kind of conversation you could have. But, that was pretty awesome. He's one of the better athletes that we have. He's up there like with, I'd say beast mode. Marshawn Lynch and, up there with Russell Wilson and Bobby Wagner. Just the kind of, he just kind of embodies what I think the Northwest is all about. And, yeah, so he's just very – he downplays everything, but he's just kind of a hero, everybody's hero. So, yeah I thought of Cal.
Yeah, we'll throw that out there over the next few hours.
What do you think of? What was like the
4:00.
first thing?
The first thing. Well, no, I'll say the first thing because I think the literal first thing that came to mind was the most obvious one. So I don't want to steal everyone's answer, but I'm sure if you're going to say just one, that's why we said moments too.
Yeah.
So you get past the obvious one of Polanco and the game-winning hit to win Game 5 of the ALDS.
Yep.
The single biggest moment for the Mariners since 2001. So you have that. You're back in the ALCS for the first time in nearly 25 years, and it came in such dramatic fashion. So I'd go to that. I'd go to that for the immediacy. But you're right. When I got past just that actual game-winning moment, most of the individual things revolved around Cal Raleigh. I just kind of stream of consciousness. I was kind of going by month to make sure I didn't forget anything, and I'm sure we did forget something, so we get to this at 4 o'clock. Chime in as well. But as you're listening today throughout the show, just a moment or two or 10 to 15. I think our evolving list has close to 20 on it right now. It's just simply the entirety of 2025, the moments that defined Seattle sports. So I'm sure we'll get some answers that we didn't even think of at the time. So we'll get back to that. Yeah. Text them in now, as Dave said, 866-979-3776. And then we'll do all that at 4 o'clock. But, Dave, we've arrived at the situation where I think everyone has now kind of circled, and certainly both of our shows before us today had zeroed in on this. The moment for Sam Darnold, a Week 18 win, and you're the 1 seed again, just like last year. Sports kind of has a funny way of bringing you back full circle to a situation like this. An odd sense of humor the sports gods have, where Sam Darnold, in this spot last year, took a 14-2 Vikings team into Detroit. The winner was going to win the 1 seed. The loser was going to have the 5 seed. They did not play well. Now, I think in going back to looking at some of the play calling, might have been more on Kevin O'Connell in deciding to call 41 passes and only 16 rushes. But the fact is, Darnold didn't play well. He was 18 for 41, and that spun the whole narrative of our entire offseason in talking about him. And, well, is he going to be judged by the 2 final games or the 16 before that? And now here we are again, where Sam Darnold is leading a 1 seed into a road game. Winner gets the 1 seed, loser gets the 5 seed.
Yeah, interesting parallel there, definitely. And, I think I honestly think that a lot of people, I believe in Sam Darnold. I think he has shaken whatever ghosts he has in his past, and him saying I'm seeing ghosts out there. I mean, to me, I think just the way that Mike McDonald runs his team, and just I don't know, there's just something about like, hey, even if you throw 4 interceptions or take 4 sacks like he did the other day against the Rams, you can still win this game for us. And I honestly think, and we were talking earlier a little bit about smoking Jay Cutler and how Jay Cutler kind of had like the worst body language, and the joke was, and I have one of the few T-shirts that my wife cut up and put into a quilt for me for a Christmas present. And I was showing you pictures of all the T-shirts that I had from when I was in high school. That would be the parallel I would draw, though, is that he kind of has that body language and that look or something. And I don't think that there's anything negative going on necessarily, but I think he does have that kind of the look or whatever, that he is letting the game get on top of him. But I don't think it is. I think he's got like a different mentality, but I do think it is. He is kind of a victim of sometimes his expressions and the way he looks, and when they show him on TV and everything. He's handled everything really well. And I would say of all the quarterbacks, having to handle adversity, because that's one of the best qualities that you can have. He's for a team that has won 14 games. I mean, this is 13. This is pretty much, I think, maybe the guy who has the best attitude as far as being able to handle adversity.
Yeah, I don't know what it was, but now everyone's kind of zeroed in, whether it's national shows like an NFL Live on ESPN or Good Morning Football yesterday, and our shows this morning too, in Brock and Salk, and then Bump and Stacy, and some of the guests they had, all kind of focusing on Darnold as maybe the weak spot or the unknown. This was Manti Te'o, who we've had on the show a couple of times on Good Morning Football yesterday, outlining the need for Darnold to cut down on the giveaways, or else that's going to be the fatal flaw for the Seahawks.
What stands out to me about the Seattle Seahawks is, number one, I know their defense is one of the best in the game. The problem is Sam Darnold is turning the ball over at an alarming rate the past few weeks. He had 2 turnovers yesterday, an interception and a fumble, and he had 2 turnovers a week before. And I said it when we talked about the 49ers, is when you think about this offense, the San Francisco 49ers offense, if you give them the ball, they're not going to give it back. And if you give it to them like this in turnover fashion, usually things it doesn't look good for your team. So that's the thing that concerns me a little bit, Jamie and Willie, is I'm looking at a Seattle Seahawks team that has all the pieces to make a really good push and a really positive push in the playoffs. But it's all predicated on that man and his ability to protect the football.
Manti Te'o has become one of my favorite guys on that show. He really does a good job. We got a chance to talk to him a few weeks ago.
You guys bonded over complaining about officials as defensive guys. I think that's
right.
why you like him.
Well, I think he liked the way I put it, because I said, hey, I played linebacker for 9 years, and I've been an analyst for 20, and I feel like I've earned my right to complain about the NFL. I love the NFL. It's been pretty much my whole life. But, I mean, there are some things, and, I just like the way that he looks at the game. And by the way, just a side note, I don't think the NFL always understands what the appeal of football is. It's about the violence. It's about the big hits and things like that. So that's my little commentary there. But you look at, here's the thing that came to mind, and it goes back to the first game as far as Sam giving the ball away. Yes, I mean the interceptions, particularly down in L.A. He lost the game for us, right? I mean, you don't throw maybe one of those picks and, we get a chance to win. But like he has provided so many good moments that, I mean, remember the Washington game where I think he was 17 for 17 at one point, and then, before he had an incompletion. But you do look at the giveaways, okay? So 28 giveaways. There's only one team that's worse than us, and that's the Vikings. But the 28 giveaways, that's a problem. That's something he has to control. But he said, okay, so I thought the throw that was it J.C. Horn that picked him off, or was it Mike Jackson? Mike Jackson picks him off. That wasn't a good throw. It was kind of like, what are you doing there? You're throwing that because really Mike Jackson was ahead of the receiver. and it looked like he was throwing it to him. But the fumble, I mean, he's trying to make a pass. I thought his arm was going forward. And so I think you have to look at all of these different ones. The other one that comes to mind is in week 1 against the 49ers, where people were saying, "Oh, Sam fumbled the ball." No, he got pushed into by Abe Lucas. Abraham Lucas got sort of bench pressed into the backfield, and he hit Sam. And I don't put that one on Sam. I'm sorry. So a lot of those, I mean, I think people kind of pile on with the giveaways. It's definitely a problem, and I've been talking about this since the first time we played the Rams a month ago or so. It's got to stop. But as far as him being responsible for all of those, there's certain ones where you look at like his arm going forward. Where, okay, I mean, that one could have gone either way, and you just end up, the stat is he fumbled. And same as the stat where Abe Lucas got benched into him. So, yeah, I mean, I think sometimes you got to look at, what's going on. It's not like he's out there being terribly irresponsible. It's just that, a couple of times he got fooled against the Rams. So, to me, I'm not all worried about that. The giveaways definitely have to stop, especially going into the playoffs. But, there's a couple of different moments where you look at Sam and go, okay, number one, that wasn't really his fault. And then the other thing is, I think that he comes back and he doesn't go in the tank because of them.
Yeah, that's a key thing that I was going to get into next, and especially because you had Jay Cutler on your mind. It's because of what Daniel Jeremiah said this morning to Brock and Salk, where to this point, it hasn't hurt the Seahawks yet. During the 6-game win streak, there have been Darnold turnovers, or there have been Darnold slow starts that coincide with the offense not getting off to a fast start. It hasn't hurt them yet because they've been in these games, and then he puts together a drive like against the Rams in overtime to help win them the game, or a late drive when they need one against the Panthers. I couldn't think of another team right there in that win streak, or the Colts game where he had to put them in position to kick a game-winning field goal. So Daniel Jeremiah kind of lumped him in a group of quarterbacks that does include one Jay Cutler.
Yeah, and that's why I sent you the note on my Jay Cutler report coming out of Vanderbilt, which was the last line of my report was, if Cutler doesn't lose you the game in the first 3 quarters, he'll win it for you in the 4th. Like, that was like kind of the style of quarterback. Yeah. Watch Caleb Williams, who's going to be one of the top seeded teams in the NFC. Caleb Williams the same way. Mm-hmm. He can dig himself a ditch in the first 3 quarters, but if they're in the game late, he's going to find a way with some magic to make some plays.
This is hard.
I had a couple drops against him last week that didn't help him on that final drive, but that's the style. That's kind of the brand, the family of quarterback.
Interesting, because I think a lot of people would say, well, don't dig yourself a ditch.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's going to happen.
They have at times, though, and that's been the issue. So
yeah.
That's where the concern lies.
Right. So, I get that. And I just think, it's almost one of those polarizing things, kind of like DK Metcalf. Do you like him or not? I mean, it's very simple. I mean, do you like the way that Sam handles adversity? And I said earlier 14 wins just because I was thinking ahead, Mike. But, I don't want to say that he's been instrumental in every single one of those wins, but he's played winning football, and he's gotten it done. And I think his leadership, and that's one of the things that we've asked almost every player. And I think you might have asked Dariq Young, but which we'll hear later.
Coming up at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, but mostly, we ask, especially offensive players, about Sam Darnold, and every one of them just raves about Sam and the way he's handled things, and just loves him. So, yeah, I mean, I think that's proof more than anything. But that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a guy that just doesn't get down, and I wish I would have thought about that more as a player, because there were times where I would have to go over to the sidelines, and when I got older, I would sit there and go, okay, I'm gonna lament over that play for about 3 minutes, and then I'm just gonna cut it loose and go forward. And especially if you're a quarterback, look, I was a linebacker. Like, if you make a mistake, a lot of times people don't see it, and the quarterback, he's front and center. Everybody sees exactly, what the effects are of, you making a mistake. So, but I think that's been the difference in his career. Right? I mean, he's had the arm talent and the ability to move around and run and all that play action pass, and a lot of those times thrown across his body. But he's always had that. But I think now what he has is the ability to just cut it loose, let it go.
Yeah, in this last half of the season, this last chunk since that Rams loss, again, now the 6-game win streak, it has not been pretty. And we outlined the numbers, those last 5 games, a slow start to the offense, but they have won every single time. So the two differing schools of thought become, well, Sam Darnold does enough to win the game, especially with the defense you have. Or at a point, it will not be enough because the level of competition has gotten so much better when you're talking about the Niners and then whoever you play in the playoffs. So I think that's the great unknown and the fear. And it's a question of, well, what version of Darnold will we see? Will we see a guy that can lead you down the field and win? Or if the moment again becomes too big, because unfortunately he is in the exact same situation that hastened his exit out of Minnesota last year, 2 key games now, or 1 game, then what do you have in the playoffs? So it's that great unknown that looms. But Daniel Jeremiah also kind of made the comparison. If you didn't like the Jay Cutler one, maybe this will sound a little bit better. He was talking about Darnold maybe being able to replicate what other, not necessarily superstar quarterbacks have done, but primetime, ultimate playoff performing quarterbacks have done.
Look, Joe Flacco's capable for a month of playing at a insanely high level. His ceiling is high. He can make incredible throws, big-time throws. In the playoffs, the windows shrink. It's why I think Drew Brees was a 500 quarterback in the playoffs. I think Peyton Manning's, even his playoff record might be around 500. They're not physically, wow skills that those guys possess. Whereas Eli Manning, who wasn't nearly as good as Peyton, but Eli had a higher ceiling, and he could play at that level for a 3 or 4 week period. He couldn't string it out consistently over time. So that's my thing on Sam is playing. His ceiling is incredibly high. He's capable of playing at that level. Now the floor is much lower, and that's where you're going to get the turnovers and some of those things. But if you stacked up the turnovers with Eli Manning throughout his career, look at Joe Flacco, the turnovers that he had in his career, but then look at their ability to lock in for a month and have an incredible run in the postseason. That's the hope, at least, I have for Sam, is that that's what you could have there.
Yeah, this is a big opportunity for him. It's a great parallel you draw of last year, last game of the season. That's meaningful, obviously, of where you're seated, but then also going into the playoffs. And we'll see. I mean, this is I think everybody was talking about that before the first Ram game, and then he comes up basically with the game winner, right? I mean, at the end in overtime, he made the right decision, found Sabi in the end zone, and so nobody's really talking about that anymore. But now facing the situation that you outlined there, that's going to be something. I'm betting on him. I think he is. I think he's gonna. He is going to conquer this problem that's been sort of hanging around his neck for the last year.
Yeah, and look, I know no one wants to be compared to Joe Flacco or Eli Manning, certainly, as opposed to being compared to Manning or Drew Brees, like Daniel Jeremiah was just saying. But if you compare what they did in the playoffs, absolutely. And I started just thinking back, okay, 2013 Ravens, or whatever year that they upset the Broncos and then got onto the Super Bowl. It was 2012 season, 2013 Super Bowl. They all blend together. But that Ravens team, or the 2 Eli Manning teams that were definitely inferior in terms of skill position players on offense to the Patriots teams, but they had a great defense and they had Eli Manning making plays when they had to, and they won 2 Super Bowls against the Patriots. Right. That does sound like what the Seahawks have done. Great defense, Sam Darnold making plays when he has to. So if you're going to channel Eli Manning in the playoffs, maybe that is an apt comparison. I think anyone would sign up for that. If Sam Darnold is not the guy that's going out there and throwing for 300 yards and 4 touchdowns, but if he's not making mistakes, he can get the job done.
Yeah,
we'll see what happens.
That's another guy as far as the expression on his face and everything.
Eli,
Eli, was it 08, 09 when they did they win back-to-back Super Bowls? I know
the Giants. No.
Yeah, I know that he was a 2-time Super Bowl MVP.
They won the 07 season, 08, 'cause Patriots are undefeated, and then like 2011, 2012 season.
Yeah.
Or 2012 Super Bowl.
Right.
Yeah.
So 2-time Super Bowl MVP and a guy that, kind of had that same thing hanging around his neck. So, yeah, I think it's going to be a great test for Sam and to see how he handles it.
All right, let's take 2. Well, some news in the NFL today. The Pro Football Hall of Fame announced its 15 finalists for the upcoming class. Earl Thomas had made the semifinalists. He does not make the final cut. And then Phillip Rivers, who was part of the semifinalists, he removed himself, essentially. He was not eligible once he came back to play a couple games for the Colts. So the 15 finalists do include 4 first-year eligible players in Drew Brees, Larry Fitzgerald, Frank Gore, and Jason Witten. Now, they only elect 5, a max of 5 every season. Could be a lot, Dave. This is a loaded ballot of guys. What do you think about these 4 and their chances in their first year of eligibility?
Well, Larry Fitzgerald, if you go look at his game log, it's ridiculous. Like, he's missed, like, I don't want to exaggerate, it's single-digit games. Maybe it's 5 or 6. I'll have to go look. The guy that really, like, that at the core of what he is all about is Frank Gore, having sustained 2 ACL surgeries, and then just the production and how consistent he was. I'm always impressed by that. I'm always impressed by, if a guy just, misses like 3 games over a 12-year period. I mean, it's crazy. It's so hard to do. So both those guys there. Jason Witten is he was one of those teams that one of those players that whenever you look at the team he was on, whenever you're getting ready to play the Dallas Cowboys, he has almost like every record that the Dallas Cowboys have as far as a receiver. So yeah, those are all really good. And then Drew Brees, the thing I'd say about him, he's the one that, like, maybe one of the first quarterbacks that, like, consistently posted 70% completion, as far as his completion percentage goes, which is incredibly, I mean, he's just upping the bar. And to me, that is something that's really, really hard to do and you used to never see, even like 25, 30 years ago, nobody was even close to 70% completion.
The Falcons' 27-24 win over the Rams last night makes it simple for the Seahawks. They'll either be the 1 seed if they win or the 5 seed if they lose. Very confusing for the NFC South. Won't go into all the details right now. We'll get back into it at 2:45. But basically, if the Panthers win against the Bucs on Saturday, they're the division winner. If the Bucs win and the Falcons also beat the Saints, there's a 3-way tie, and the Panthers would win based on a 3-way tie. So the Bucs are in trouble. Even if they win, they have to have the Saints beat the Falcons on Sunday.
How about that? Sitting there. I mean, that's one of the worst things is when you're sitting around waiting. We had one year, I think it was 1990, where we had, I think it was Pittsburgh had to beat Houston or something like that, and we were sitting around waiting for it, and it ended up not working out. Obviously, we didn't go to the playoffs, and it's just the worst thing. And you sit there and you think, oh, how many games did we give away where we could have won, and we're not sitting in this situation?
How about 2022 with the Seahawks, where the Lions we thought were playing for nothing? They beat the Packers on Sunday Night Football, and the Seahawks are in. Yeah, worked out well then, but yeah, just kind of agony sitting around and waiting, and the Bucs might have to do that if they win on Saturday. Take Two is brought to you by Swedish Cyberknife. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. We're getting a little bit of an earlier dose of El Ombre. He said he has a holiday party to get to, Dave. So he's going to grace us with his presence a little bit earlier. We'll ask him about the Eagles. Their offense looks atrocious. They didn't complete a pass in the second half. And then this entire NFC playoff picture. El Ombre joins us next here on Wyman and Bob. Mike Lefko and Dave Wyman with you here on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Charbonnet breaks the tackle and he's in. Touchdown, Seahawks!
Setting up the biggest game of the season.
A critical, huge NFC West battle against the San Francisco 49ers.
Seahawks are going to play for the NFC West title, the #1 seed, and a first-round bye.
Holy catfish!
It doesn't get any bigger than this.
Let's go do it. Let's go rip it.
Seahawks 49ers, Saturday. Kickoff at 5. Pregame at 2.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Want to make 2026 your year of adventure? Book that trip and learn a new language with Babbel. Go ahead, make a resolution you can stick to. Now is the time. Babbel's New Year sale is here. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with the lifetime subscription for 65% off. Just go to Babbel.com and start today. Babbel teaches you relevant words and phrases, so you can start speaking with confidence in as little as 3 weeks. And because Babbel's bite-sized lessons fit easily into your daily routine and are easy to remember, you'll be talking like a local in time for takeoff. Dive into the world of language learning content with Babbel's videos, podcasts, and stories from around the world, full of culture bites and language learning tips. Turn your daydream into a destination this year with Babbel. But don't wait. This offer ends January 15th. Get Babbel's lifetime access for less at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight. But when you can't work, care for your kids, or even put food on the table, that diagnosis can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda, a plastic surgeon who is proud to support Northwest Hope and Healing. Our mission is to provide a lifeline for breast and gynecologic cancer patients. We cover essentials like food, utilities, and childcare, so patients can focus on healing. For more than 25 years, Northwest Hope and Healing has distributed over $3 million to thousands of local cancer patients, and you can help make a difference in our community. Join us on Saturday, January 31st, for Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of fine wine, gourmet cuisine, and inspiration at Mary Hill Winery in the heart of Woodinville wine country. Get your tickets now for Cork, Fork, and Support on January 31st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Your old furnace ain't nice, and your toes are like ice. Dayandnight.net. This month, Day and Night gives you a free furnace with the installation of an AC or heat pump.
If you're not sure your furnace will make it through another winter, call us to install a proper, long-lasting, efficient heating system backed by our lifetime workmanship guarantee, so you won't be left out in the cold.
Install an AC or heat pump and get a free furnace from Day and Night Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric.
Dayandnight.net. 30 years ago, Davis Law Group was founded to be the best law firm for our clients and our community. Our core values are to win, help, and serve. It means our success is defined by the difference we make in our clients' lives and the impact we can have in our community. Not by giant settlement checks or shiny offices. Our mission to lift up the vulnerable extends beyond the courtroom to our charity partners, promoting safety, uplifting students, accident victims, foster youth, and the elderly. If you've been injured and want better results for your claim and for all of Washington, call Davis Law Group today.
The Boat Show, the Boat Show, the Big Seattle Boat Show. The Big Seattle Boat Show. It's the best time to buy. January 30th through February 7th with big selection, big discounts, and big fun for everyone. It's a big deal. Presented by Sundance Yachts and Port of Seattle. The Boat Show, the Boat Show. You gotta cruise the Boat Show. You won't believe how cool it is. So bring the family. Details and discount tickets at seattleboatshow.com.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker the third!
Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
Calling all Seahawk fans, this is Cliff Averill. I'm here to announce Away Game Rumble at Muckleshoot Casino Resort, sponsored by Corona and Modelo. Take football Sundays to the next level with a free viewing party at Galaxy for every away game. Count on giveaways, specials, big screens, big action, and so much more. Full details at muckleshootcasino.com/rumble. Don't miss Away Game Rumble only at Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
It's Toyotathon. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota Renton are providing you with large savings and the widest selection of inventory on Toyota favorites like the 2026 Corolla LE, leasing at $219 a month for 39 months with $29.99 due at signing. The Camry LE at 4.99% APR for 72 months, and the Prius leasing at $305 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. It's Toyotathon at ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered.
Offers valid till January 5th, 2026. Excludes taxes, titles, licenses, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee. Models 18522, 255, 1263.
Yeah,
you know what you can get me, Pee-wee?
What?
El Hombre.
That was a catastrophe.
I know.
That's a new low. Roz is better.
El Hombre.
The natural meets Rudy meets, I don't even know how to describe it.
El Hombre.
Michael Bradley with us, as he is every week here on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Michael, Dave and I were just talking, and I'm sure you would not use this word, but I was impressed that the Eagles could win a game where they didn't complete a pass in the second half. I mean, do you come away impressed with the defense, or more of how would you describe what you guys watched on offense in that second half?
I can't use the words that I would use to describe that offense on this family radio program. This was awful, and it wasn't just lack of execution. It was lack of creativity in the play calling, and it was clear that the team was saying, "We're playing great defense. We're not going to take any chances on offense." They don't throw the ball over the middle. They're sending guys out 1-2 receivers and max protecting. Jalen Hurts doesn't run anymore. He got out of the pocket at one point and was about to turn the corner, and there was a defender there, and rather than trying to juke him or whatever, he just sat down. So I don't know if this will change in the playoffs. It better. This team certainly won't win any games of note against a good team playing with a second half where they just simply don't want to take any chances offensively.
Man, what did you think of the throw to Shakir? I mean, I couldn't believe Josh Allen was that far off. I mean, it just seemed like it's all hard, right? But I mean, for that, type of the degree of difficulty, I thought for sure that was a blessing that Josh Allen dirted that one. Yeah, that was. And I was saying to somebody the other day, this is the guy who's trying to stake a claim as the best quarterback in football. And, Joe Montana makes that throw. Tom Brady makes that throw. Yeah. Patrick Mahomes makes that throw. You don't have to throw a laser beam. You just put it out there, let the guy run to it. Yeah. That was a horrible throw in a big situation, and a great play call, right? Guy's wide open. Yep. All he has to do is execute. And I get it. If this is a rookie or this is a second-year guy, he had a linebacker bearing down on him. I think it was Zach Bond, who's a very good player, was on his back. And he was, headed toward him. But, I was very surprised that he overthrew that as much as he did. That was a very poor throw by somebody who's supposed to be a very good ball player.
Yeah, it seems like the AFC just completely up for grabs. Who knows who comes out of that? But when you look at the NFC right now, Michael, who do you think will come out of the NFC?
Well, I'll tell you what. I think it's going to come down to the Seahawks and 49ers. I think the Rams are last night was a real big egg they laid. That was ugly. Their defense really got torched by Robinson. I think he's a good player, but you can't lose that game. Bears, I don't trust them right now. They're good and getting better. The Eagles, they may have a great defense, but you can't hold everybody to 12 points. So right now it looks to me, and I'm not worried about either the Panthers or the Buccaneers. It looks to me like whoever gets the home game in the NFC West is the team that really has the best shot at the Super Bowl from that conference.
Hey, what do you make of A.J. Brown's year? I mean, he's got over 1,000 yards, 7 touchdowns, but it seems like out here. I mean, he's gone over 100 yards 5 times, I think, and so yeah. I mean, we always hear the negativity, but the pretty good production for that. For him as far as the stats go, but he's a lot of it is about whether he's a good teammate or not, right?
Well, look, this is a team that has won the division, that has a chance if it beats Washington and the Lions beat the Bears, which I don't think is going to happen. The game's being played in Soldier Field, to get the second seed in the NFC. He's as you said, gone over 1,000 yards, scored 7 touchdowns on a team that doesn't score a ton of points. If he comes out of this in any situation other than saying, wow, this is great, then he is a bad teammate. And the Eagles should think about what his future is going to be. The Phillies just traded a pitcher, Matt Strahm, who's a valuable left-handed bullpen piece and who has had some good seasons for them and had one more year on his contract. And people were saying, why were you doing it? Well, part of it was to get rid of some salary, but the other part was this guy was outspoken. He was chirping a little bit. There was some talk that behind the scenes he wasn't that happy. So they got rid of him. If Brown is going to be a malcontent in a team that's trying to defend the Super Bowl and is in the playoffs, I don't know what to tell you, especially when he's got, as you said, got 1,000 yards receiving.
Yeah, man. Michael, I think it was just about a day after we got done talking to you last week, and the news comes out that Baylor basketball signs a player, I guess that's the best way to put it, who had been drafted in the NBA, and now he's going to come and play college basketball. It just feels like a free-for-all in that sport and college sports in general. How long do you think before we reach a complete breaking point with something like what's going on in college basketball?
I don't. I mean, I think we're already pretty close to that.
Yeah.
The NCAA came out today and said anybody who signed a pro contract is not going to play college basketball, but that doesn't mean somebody goes into the NBA, gets drafted, and says, I don't like where I was drafted, I'm going to come back. Watch John Calipari's post-game press conference. I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before. He talks for about 7 minutes about what's going on in college basketball. Watch Nick Saban on the Pat McAfee show. I think it was today, talking for a couple minutes about college football. Something has to happen. The problem is there is no mechanism in place to make it happen. The NCAA can't unilaterally say we're going to do this because they're afraid of the courts. Saban said something that made sense, but it's going to be hard to get, and that is trying to get antitrust exemption in some way, shape, or form, like the pro leagues have, to be able to do some things. It's going to require the presidents of the biggest schools to get together, make some decisions, get some attorneys that can put together some rock-solid things that can't be defeated in court, and some guardrails have to be put up. Every kid's going to try to push it, and I don't blame them.
Yeah.
I don't blame anybody who's trying to get something when there are no rules. And Calipari says it. There are no rules. So do what you're going to do.
Yeah, and I was thinking about trying to get back into college basketball because I used to love it, 4 or 5 years ago. But like we talked about this before, Michael, that it's one thing in football. You get maybe 5, 6, 7 new starters or whatever that come through the transfer portal or whatever, But man, it seems like I remember being a Duke fan, and I loved Grant Hill. And I remember Grant Hill was a sophomore, and I'm like, I can't wait till him and Hurley are they're 1 year older, and you don't get a chance to see that because especially in college basketball, there's just pretty much 5 positions, and most of them. It seems like typically you'll get like 4 new starters every year.
Yeah, I mean, look, Michigan right now is ranked number 1, is terrorizing teams. They're beating them by 40 and 50 points. And, I mean, it's not close 5 minutes into the game. But their 3 front court players, Mara, Landeborg, and Williams, I think his name is, are all transfers.
Yeah. They've
got a freshman, Trey McKinney, who's seeing some time. They've got Namari Burnett. They've got Kaysen. They've got some guys who've been there for a couple of years. But they also – and their point guard, Elliot Cadeau, is from North Carolina. So they're lucky. They put together a good team. And if you're a Michigan fan, you're saying, wow, go get them. Good job, Dusty May. But year to year, it's very difficult. And what you have to do is you got to say, look, I care only about the name on the front.
Mm-hmm.
I can't get too attached to these guys. And Calipari said it. You go to 2, 3, 4 different schools in the course of your career, small percentage of guys make it to the NBA. If you played 3 or 4 years in one town for one school, afterwards you get a job. People help you. People say, hey, here's a chance for you to for us to repay you for what you gave to the school. You're there for 1 year. You're a mercenary. You don't develop any bonds. And that's going to be tough for these kids. They also don't graduate because their credits don't all transfer as they go from one school to the next. It's bad all around. Fans, coaches, players, and the schools are all suffering because of this. But right now, I can't see a way to get everybody together to make sure that it goes in a direction where everybody can win.
Yeah. Good stuff, as always, from El Ombre, Michael Bradley. Michael, thanks for the earlier time slot this week, and Merry New Year to you.
Merry New Year, suckers!
Had to close out with that. I knew he would love that.
I forgot about that. Yeah, he says that every year.
He loves saying that. And I was like, you know what? This is the time to do it.
It's from Trading Places, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. All right, there is El Ombre, Michael Bradley. I figured he'd be the good guy to weigh in on the chaos that's college basketball right now. We can talk about that at some other time, Dave, but it's a bad situation happening right now in college basketball and in college sports. So we're going to get back to the NFL, and that game last night did probably open up some eyes about not just the Rams, but maybe the Falcons and the potential chaos of what awaits the loser of Seahawks 49ers in the NFC South in the playoffs. We'll get into all of that coming up. Wyman and Bob on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Let's start with the most obvious, Brock.
Brock and Salk.
His defense is really good.
Morning 6 to 10.
A lot of loss.
Yesterday was we can't block DeMarcus Lawrence, we can't block Leonard, we can't block Byron, we can't do anything, we can't push the ball down the field. We just can't compete with that defense that is just basically humiliated us in our own building.
Very, very attuned to not giving up the big play, but then the pass rush is a big part of that, and it gets home.
Only on Seattle Sports.
Slumbery's Mattress Factory reminds listeners many uniformed personnel and healthcare providers will spend this holiday season working hard to keep us safe. These heroic men and women spend long hours away from home, protecting our freedom and providing critical medical care. Please thank them for their many sacrifices and putting their lives on the line for us every day. Happy holidays to you and yours from the entire team at Slumbery's Mattress Factory. Talk to the people who've built your mattress in Marysville for over 60 years or find them online at slumberys.com.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its National Red Tag Sales event this Friday, January 2nd through Sunday, January 25th. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event starting this Friday. Discover the D.R. Horton difference. Visit drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Hey everyone, Bump here for Seattle U men's basketball. Not sure if you heard, but the Red Hawks took down the Huskies at Climate Pledge. The battle for Seattle is theirs. Up next at Climate Pledge are the Cougs. Grab your tickets for the December 30th showdown at goseattleu.com/tickets.
Get hurt in the game? We tough it out. Feel exhausted? We push on. Feeling down? We pull ourselves up by the bootstraps. But there are times when bootstraps aren't enough. When stress gets to us and we need to talk to someone about what we're really going through. So we're going to reach out because sometimes mental health is not a one-person job. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain and and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Guys, low energy, low drive, or strength not what it used to be? For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Washington, start with a free T-check exam and consultation to get real answers. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. Call 206-529-1111 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply. Must medically qualify.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Dave, I know you and Bob talk a lot about if only they could hear what went on during the breaks. If only the listeners could know. Where we discovered that Dave's having some performance issues right now. What's going on over there?
Well, it's old. It's small. And it is unreliable. Talking about my phone. What's the matter with you? Jeez. Yeah, so my phone sucks. And I'm actually the one that least uses my phone. I mean, you guys know that because if you text me or whatever, you're not going to get a text back usually for maybe a day and a half. So are you happy now, Mike?
What?
That we revealed what we were talking about during the...
You were the one concerned about it, yeah. Isn't it... I think we don't even know the version of iPhone it is, right?
I have no idea even how to look that up, but it is very unreliable. And so I had to borrow a power charging kit from Matt, and now that's not working, so I think it's the phone. But you know what? I really don't care. I actually like it when I don't. Like, if my wife is the same way, she'll forget her phone all the time, and I'm like, sometimes it's annoying, but I kind of like that about her, that she, isn't just like constantly looking at her phone. So, yeah, every once in a while, she or I will, be with somebody and you're like, hey, let's go have coffee or whatever. And the person sits there with their phone the whole time. It's like, well, why don't we just do this over text?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that you, man who just admitted that he will not text back to someone, then asked me if I had been kidnapped because I didn't respond to one of your texts earlier this week.
That's right, I did. Well, Mike, because I've come to rely on, that I'm going to get an immediate answer from
Matt,
you.
he texted me during normal Dave and Bob hours, which is like 12:15 to 3 a.m., and I'm asleep.
Yeah.
So I know you two probably have communication during that time.
Yeah.
I was going to wake up and respond, but then I got hey, Lefko, you been kidnapped? I was like, all right, well, I'll text you back now, but no, thanks for caring, I guess.
Yeah, well, I was worried about you because you didn't respond like within a 3-minute range.
So Dave will text back when he cares. Which is why I guess we don't usually get texts from you.
That's
right.
right.
That makes sense. All right, so the NFC, and this kind of crystallized for... I guess, there wasn't really too much of concern yet about whether the Seahawks would be the 5 or the 6 because you're going to win. You'll be the 1 seed, and that's at the forefront. But the Rams losing last night to the Falcons solidified that, if the Seahawks lose, they are the 5 seed. So they'd have to go on the road and play the NFC South winner.
Right.
Which the NFL, in their infinite wisdom, thought they were putting a standalone game for the NFC South, Bucs-Panthers, on Saturday afternoon. The winner would win the division. Except the Falcons... Now they've won 3 in a row, and because the NFC South is so bad, if the Bucs win, they and the Panthers will have the same record. And if the Falcons win, there will be a 3-way tie, and the Panthers will win based on a 3-way tie. But they'll have to sit around and wait a whole other day. So it kind of affects them, and you know what stinks? The loser of Seahawks 49ers, they have to wait around another day before they can find out where they're going.
Right.
So then now there's no advantage to playing on Saturday. Everyone's like, well, you get to play on Saturday. You already get the head start. You could get ready. Not if you don't know who you're playing.
Right.
Sure, you get a little more rest, but yeah, it's just bad all around.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to the Rams' run defense. I mean, they were giving up 112 yards a game. Now, I know Bijan Robinson had a 93-yard touchdown run, but man, I mean, they gave up 219 yards on the ground, and so all of a sudden, the Rams looked very ordinary right now. So, and I don't know if that's just because we beat them. I mean, it went a long ways to have to go to beat them in overtime, but still, I mean, it was kind of shocking to see their run defense be that bad. So yeah, it was kind of, I mean, it was very encouraging. And then when they started to come back, I was like, okay, here we go. This is what it's going to be like. And yeah, Atlanta ends up winning, and and that's interesting because we really handled them. I mean, the first half against the Falcons was pretty, it was back and forth, and I felt like they were just kind of figuring them out, but kind of blew it open in the second half with the kickoff return. So I don't know. I mean, if you look at those three teams in the South, I mean, New Orleans was terrible. Even though I think they beat the Panthers twice. Yeah. So
it's been a mess of a division.
Yeah, but I mean, we had trouble with Tampa Bay, So it's going to be interesting to see the kind of matchups and how that works out. But hopefully we get a San Francisco win and just answer all the questions.
Yeah. Do you think? I don't want to say did the Seahawks break Matthew Stafford, but do you think it's a slump that could carry over into the playoffs? Was that just a rare off night? You and Bob joke about a team looking past another team like a trap game. I don't know if it was that, but it just seemed like the Rams were sleepwalking through that game, especially early on. A couple of picks or 3 picks from Stafford, a pick 6 that he gave up. I mean, he literally, you want to talk about giving away games, he literally gave that game away to the Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, you just haven't seen him do that all year long. So, yeah, that was, I don't know. I mean, I think teams evolve over a season, and, as far as where the Rams are right now, they're not in a good place. So I'm curious what Sean McVay had to say to his team afterwards and just how that happens. But this is what makes the NFL great, though. I mean, and you look at, like, a lot of times it just comes down to a matchup. And, like, if those two teams played maybe, 10 times, maybe they beat them once, but that was the time. They're definitely, the Rams are definitely a better team. But, yeah, it was just kind of interesting to see that. So, yeah, I mean, I do think that it comes down to they're just certain, plays or whatever, or a player that just gives certain teams a hard time. And that's what the Falcons did to the Rams last night.
Another thing in the NFL, the Pro Football Hall of Fame announced their 15 finalists today for the 2026 class. Now, Earl Thomas was a semifinalist, did not make that final cut. Dave, you look at the list of these 15 guys. I'm not going to read all of them, but you only induct a max of 5 every year. The committee will only induct 5. And out of the 4 first-time eligible players, pretty impressive list of names out of the 4 first-timers. We read them off a little bit earlier, but in case you missed it, it was Drew Brees, Larry Fitzgerald, Frank Gore, and Jason Witten. Now, that's in addition to guys on the list who hadn't made it in the past. They're still on the ballot, like Luke Kuechly and Eli Manning, Terrell Suggs. Your favorite, a kicker, is on the ballot. Adam Vinatieri is a finalist as well. Just a whole wide range of incredible NFL players. Do you think out of those 4 first-time guys, all of them make it? Some? Who jumps out to you out of those guys that are eligible for the first time who would make it this year?
Yeah, it's funny. I look at players differently than probably most people. I mean, lots of times I don't look. I tend to look at their durability. Honestly, because to me that was the hardest thing. I had 3 seasons where I was not interrupted by an injury. So of my 9, and I think I still had to have off-season surgery after all of those seasons. But still, yeah. I mean, I think, and when you look at Larry Fitzgerald, that's what jumps out to me, not just the production. And same thing I would say about Frank Gore. So I mean, those 2 guys I think are just, I get Jason Cole texts me every year and just says, hey, who do you like out of this list? Because he's a voter for the Hall of Fame, and he probably consults, another 50 different people. But, I always go with the guys that, I have the durability. Kind of partial to Luke Kuechly as well, just because he played the same position. And I just remember watching him in college. Believe it or not, I remember Boston College was playing in some kind of a macaroni and cheese bowl or something like that. It was in San Francisco. That dude made almost every single tackle. He was just all over the field. But Luke Kuechly, we used to battle with the Panthers all the time when he was playing there. And I think he got a concussion because that was what ended his career, right? Yeah. He got a concussion in one of the games we played. So, he's definitely a guy that I like there. But I don't know, Eli Manning, Terrell Suggs was a really good player. Yeah, these are all great. I think Jason Witten is the other guy that always surprised me. Whenever we would play the Cowboys, you'd look up all the records and, team records, and he was the owner of almost all of them offensively.
Yeah, we'll get back to the Seahawks and the NFL at 3:30 and a little bit later. But up next, what's going on with Brendan Donovan? When is the trade actually happening? We'll check in with our guy, John Morosi, here on Wyman and Bob on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Charbonnet breaks the tackle and he's in. Touchdown, Seahawks!
Setting up the biggest game of the season.
A critical, huge NFC West battle against the San Francisco 49ers.
Seahawks are going to play for the NFC West title, the #1 seed, and a first-round bye.
Holy catfish!
It doesn't get any bigger than this.
Let's go do it. Let's go rip it.
Seahawks 49ers, Saturday. Kickoff at 5. Pregame at 2.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Man, I love seeing the old gang at these reunions.
Did you see Brian? He's in better shape than he was 25 years ago. How is that even possible?
Yep, I ran into him a few weeks ago and had to ask. He told me he started taking Nugenix Total T2.
The testosterone booster?
Yeah, but it's way more than that now. It also skyrockets your nitric oxide in as little as 3 hours. I started taking it right away and I'm already seeing results.
I was wondering what you were doing. You seriously crushed me in that pickup game last week.
Yep, after 40, energy, strength, drive, it all starts going downhill. But with T2, I feel like my old self again. Stronger, leaner, and my energy is way up. My wife even noticed a difference. They're giving out complimentary bottles right now. Just send them a text.
Text CAR to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of new Nugenix Total T2. Text now and you'll also get a free bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our most powerful fat incinerator. That's CAR to 321-321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. Product not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Want to make 2026 your year of adventure? Book that trip and learn a new language with Babbel. Go ahead, make a resolution you can stick to. Now is the time. Babbel's New Year sale is here. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with the lifetime subscription for 65% off. Just go to Babbel.com and start today. Babbel teaches you relevant words and phrases, so you can start speaking with confidence in as little as 3 weeks. And because Babbel's bite-sized lessons fit easily into your daily routine and are easy to remember, you'll be talking like a local in time for takeoff. Dive into the world of language learning content with Babbel's videos, podcasts, and stories from around the world, full of culture bites and language learning tips. Turn your daydream into a destination this year with Babbel. But don't wait. This offer ends January 15th. Get Babbel's lifetime access for less at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
I started Davis Law Group in 1994 to fight for the underdog. And as our team has grown, we've stayed true to that mission. Today, Davis Law Group is known for providing excellent service and even better results. Visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com to get your free book on car accident law.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health, it's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
More than 4,000 women are diagnosed with breast cancer every year in Washington state. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide a lifeline to breast and gynecologic cancer patients, and you can help us make a difference. Join us for Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of wine tasting and inspiration on January 31st at Mary Hill Winery in Woodinville's Wine Country. Get your tickets now for Cork, Fork, and Support. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more.
It's a cold winter night and your furnace dies. Don't let this happen to you. If your system's 12 years or older, upgrade now to a Mitsubishi electric heating and air conditioning system from Home Comfort Alliance and stay warm. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Seahawks have made a few moves today, including placing wide receiver Cody White on IR with a groin injury, so his season is over. They also waived safety D'Anthony Bell. The Cowboys have cut cornerback Trayvon Diggs. This comes just 2 years after signing him to a 5-year, $97 million contract. And Northwestern has hired Chip Kelly as their offensive coordinator. Kelly was fired as the Raiders OC back on November 23rd.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour of Wyman and Bob is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE.
I've never heard a person walk out of the stadium and say, wow, I wish that game would have included more weighting.
He is an endless source of baseball and hockey knowledge.
José de Ríos, el lanzador de Puerto Rico en el Clásico Mundial de Béisbol.
John Morosi, every week with Wyman and Bob.
You're being serious with me right now?
We are always serious. An endless source, Dave. An endless source of baseball and hockey knowledge. That's why we bring him on every week. Our guy, MLB Network and NHL Network's John Morosi, with us here on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. JP, how are you today?
Good evening, my friends, or good afternoon in Seattle. Happy holidays. Happy New Year's Eve here in St. Paul, Minnesota. So I am fully in hockey mode these days, covering the World Junior Hockey Championships here in St. Paul. Great building, great scene, really strong crowds, especially for the U.S. games here. So tomorrow night, it's a big tradition at the World Juniors that you've got Team USA and Team Canada will usually always play a major game on New Year's Eve. Sometimes it's against each other if they're in the same group, but in this case, it is Sweden, U.S. tomorrow. It is Finland, Canada tomorrow. And we wait and see if those two great rivals, the U.S. and the Canada, will maybe meet up at some point in the knockout round, which begins after the new year. So a lot of great hockey, and it's been a lot of fun. And then eventually I'll wind my way back to the main sport that I cover, which, of course, is baseball.
Well, I was going to say, not much happening in baseball right now. So I guess this is great timing for you to be fully in hockey.
Timing.
Yeah.
Perfect timing. Yeah. So it's worked out great, and I'm certainly I will be very interested as we get back. And maybe one of the I'll tease and preview one of the things that baseball wise is very much going on in a second. But you're right that it's a nice little break where I can, fully jump into the great sport of hockey and be at the rink every day, which has been just a lot of fun working the NHL Network broadcast with EJ Raddick and Tony Granato, who, of course, is a U.S. Hockey Hall of Famer. So he's great to work with. And yeah, so the one, I would say, the one bit of new news that actually from a baseball standpoint is sort of a live ball and something that I think is worth getting into is the Hall of Fame, because I officially, I think since we last spoke, I mailed in my ballot.
Oh,
so
wow.
So my ballot is in, and honestly, like little on-air production meeting, we can even break a little news and talk about what I did in my ballot and where we're looking, because we are now less than a month away from the big reveal. And I know that my big question is, okay, is Felix going to make some progress here? Is he going to get a little bit higher up in the rankings? And early indications, actually, in that respect, are pretty encouraging.
So you're allowed to reveal after you send it in?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I have not revealed it anywhere else.
Well, let's break some news. Okay. We feel honored if you want to break it here and dissect it with us.
Let's do it.
Okay.
So here's the plan. So I'll preface it by saying this, that with the Baseball Hall of Fame, players are allowed 10 years on the ballot, and you can only vote for a max of 10 players. And so what ends up happening sometimes is I am a big Hall guy. I vote for the max of 10 every year. So my voting philosophy is that I want to keep players around, keep them under consideration, because sometimes we enter times of viewing a player's career, and we tend to shift our perspective on them as new information or new context about their careers unfolds. I always use the big example of Scott Rowland, who debuted at 10.2% and went on to be a Hall of Famer. So you don't have to have a major, robust number right away to be able to get in. So that is the backdrop of why I like putting I like putting players on there that are maybe a little bit on the border, but who I believe are under consideration. So here we go. So for my ballot this time around, the two big guys coming back that have the best chance to make it, Carlos Beltran, Andrew Jones. So those are my top two spots in the lineup. I also had a few holdovers: Mark Burley, Jimmy Rollins, Chase Utley. So those three names are the holdovers. I also added a first-timer in Cole Hamels, and I'll get to him in a minute and why he's important. And then for the first time ever, I have voted for Torrey Hunter, Dustin Pedroia, Andy Pettit, and Felix. So Felix made my ballot. I did not vote for Felix last time, but I did vote for him this time. Now, this, of course, Felix's second chance on the ballot. And I just talked about Scott Rowland and how Scott Rowland's first time, and he got in, I think, and it was his sixth time on the ballot that Scott got in. He started at 10.2%. Felix last year started at 20.6. So he started at twice the number that Scott Rowland was. And again, not everybody makes it in who starts at that point. But I thought that was a really interesting number, a really robust number. And part of the reason why I voted for Felix this time is that I looked at other contemporary pitchers. And I said, okay, CC's clearly in. And then I said, okay, Verlander is clearly in, Scherzer's clearly in, Greinke's clearly in my opinion. Kershaw is another obvious one. So that to me is like the big five of the last 16, 18 years of pitching. That group right there. And then we get into this next tier. And there's the four big names that I'm focusing on right now are Felix, Hamels, Wainwright, and Lester. And Wainwright and Lester are going to be on there relatively soon. And so I started thinking to myself, they feel like Hall of Famers to me within this vintage. And then I started comparing the numbers and said, wait a minute. Wainwright and Lester's numbers are almost identical in some ways to Felix's numbers. And then Felix is very comparable to Hamels. And the big difference there is that Hamels has an extensive postseason track record, was the World Series MVP in 08, NLCS MVP in 08. And I believe his career postseason ERA is under 4 in 100 innings, which is pretty good when you consider the competition that you're facing there. So in kind of a roundabout way, I said to myself, this year's ballot is a little bit lighter. Of course, CC, Ichiro, and Wagner were elected. Others that I made statement votes for, I would like to say last year, like McCann and Kinsler, didn't make it. And I had the space this year to support Felix. And I think based on the early returns now, Ryan Thibodeau does a great job of tracking the publicly available ballots. And Ryan has right now only 95 public ballots. He has Felix at up around 58.6%. Now, last year, Felix dropped his actual percentage to the pre-results percentage. There was like a 5% drop of private to public, and then the pre-results, there was like a 3% drop. So you would expect that number, it's, again, holding strong at 58 right now. But, guys, even if that number drops 15 percentage points and he checks in at like 43% this year, in his second time on the ballot, there's a case there. And I think, obviously, we all know that the longevity wasn't there for him. He had a better strikeout rate than CC Sabathia, but he finished, I think, 500 strikeouts shy of CC because he didn't have the bulk. He didn't pitch long enough. So that's going to be an issue for people where he didn't have Sandy Koufax's career, okay, but he had a very strong peak. There was, I think, the biggest argument in favor of Felix. He finished among the top 10 in the Cy Young vote 6 times in the 7-year span, which included winning it once and finishing second twice. That's pretty amazing. So if you are voting for him now, which again I have, is you're believing in a great but relatively short peak. And was that peak long enough? Was it great enough? There's no postseason numbers to boost him. So I think he's one of the most fascinating cases on the ballot. I was glad I had room to vote for him this year. I can't make any promises for next year because you got to take every ballot on its own. But yes, I have voted for Felix for the first time after not voting for him last year. So we're breaking a little bit of news here on the show.
Oh, that's awesome. Hey, also, JP, I mean, what he meant to this fan base, I think, and having, his own section and everything, and then, just the kind of person that he is. And I'm talking, more just in general. Obviously, we're talking about Felix Hernandez, but like how much of that part of it goes into, voters like yourselves?
It's a great question, David. And I compare him, and again, people are going to say, how can you make this comparison? It doesn't make any sense. But because you're talking about a pitcher and a hitter. But this is almost like the Don Mattingly of pitchers, in that, ironically, Mattingly played for the Yankees at a time where they were not going to the playoffs. He finally got to the playoffs in his last year, then his back injury caught up with him, and he had to retire. And his career, actually, in terms of length of the seasons and sort of the percentage of games he's able to play, it actually is pretty similar to Felix. And he gets, Mattingly still is not in. I thought he should have been in. I thought the Veterans Committee, the ERA Committee should have voted for him this year. They didn't. They voted for Kent, Jeff Kent was very deserving, and I'm glad he got in. But in the case of Mattingly, we have to remember, guys, it is the Hall of Fame. And Felix Hernandez is a famous dude. And I'm not saying that we should just put all the famous people in the Hall of Fame and not worry about their numbers, because there's plenty of people that have become TV celebrities but don't actually have the resume. Felix was close to, if not the best pitcher in the American League for a span of about 7 years. He was that great. And so, and again, that was kind of Mattingly's story. Mattingly didn't have a long career because he had back injuries that basically forced him to retire at an early age. I went back and looked at, it's amazing to remember how young Felix was. He threw his final pitch at 33. He was 33 years old when he threw his last pitch, September the 26th, 2019. He opted out of the pandemic year and never pitched in the major leagues again. So he never pitched in the majors after the pandemic. It's amazing to think about that. And again, had he been blessed with the health of a Max Scherzer or a Justin Verlander, he would have been a 36-year-old part of that rotation in 2022 that finally ended the drought. what could have been, right? And again, you have to, on some level, you can't just put people in the Hall of Fame based on what ifs and what could have been. David Wright, one of the iconic players in the Mets, he is a famous player, a massive figure in New York baseball. I've never voted for him because I feel like there's just not quite enough there in terms of the bulk. He missed a ton of time due to injuries, and he had a relatively short career from that standpoint. So it's tough. You can't just extrapolate and say, well, he should have, could have, would have done these things. The peak has to be that great. If the peak is really that great, then you can sort of justify a vote. And that's right now when I look at that group, if I'm going to vote for Lester, if I'm going to vote for Wainwright, and if I look at Felix and Hamels, I say, wow, they're awfully close. And so that's kind of how I ended up doing it. But you're exactly right, Dave, that the character clause and sort of the way in which you represent the game, for a long time we had to be talking about this within the context of PEDs and who are we going to keep out of the Hall. Yeah. And for the record, I voted for Bonds and Clemens every year that I had the chance. I voted for them every year. They were never suspended. I realize there's evidence of use, but they were not suspended once MLB started actually penalizing players for it. And so it's a hard distinction to draw, but that's how I did it. But my point is, on the flip side, if we're using the character clause as a negative, we better be okay with using it as a positive. Yeah. And there are those that say, oh, Carlos Beltran, he's part of the 2017 Astros, and some say that he was an architect of the whole sign-stealing scheme, and you should keep him out of the Hall of Fame as a result of that. Well, I say, well, wait a minute. He also won the Clemente Award. He's done amazing things for the people of Puerto Rico, and he was also, as my colleague Joel Sherman often reminds me, instrumental in establishing and mandating Spanish language interpreters all throughout Major League Baseball to help the third of the sport that speaks Spanish feel more comfortable in their workplace. That's a pretty big deal to me, and that's important. And so you give some character points on the positive side, even if, the 2017 Astros, it's something worth thinking about. Of course it is, and it's part of his context, and it's why he's had to wait this long, in my opinion. But I don't have any sort of ethical issue voting for Carlos Beltran, and I'm hoping that others agree with me, because otherwise it may actually be a very lonely dais for Jeff Kent and Jeff Kent only this year.
John, that is what, January 20th when they reveal or announce?
Yes, it's the day after the Martin Luther King Jr. holiday. I believe it's a Tuesday. I believe that's correct. Yes, I know this. I don't know the exact date in my mind, but I know I am planning to be in Cooperstown that day, no matter if it's snowing 5 feet or not, which is one of my favorite days of the year, being in Cooperstown. So I do plan to be there, and hopefully there's some good Mariner news in the next few weeks to keep us busy as well.
Well, I was going to say, we'll keep asking you about it as long as the results trend in a stronger direction. But no, I appreciate you breaking down the entirety of that ballot. There was some great insight there about Felix. JP, in looking at this current Mariners team, we're all kind of stuck on this roadblock of, all right, what's happening? Is a Brendan Donovan trade going to happen? Ryan Divish had an article yesterday saying that the Mariners aren't really looking to trade from their MLB roster. And at that point, maybe it's a sticking point. But do you see another team that might be willing to trade for Donovan, or can the Mariners offer an enticing enough package that prospects will get the job done?
Yeah, so the latter piece is the Mariners definitely have the prospects to get this done. They would not, in my opinion, they don't have to give up major league talent to get Brendan Donovan, because their farm system is good enough. Now, they may easily say, hey, we're just not going to give up our best prospects, and that's, as a result, that's the sticking point. And I suspect at this moment in time, that's what it is. And if my strong sense is that if the Mariners would have been willing to put in Colt Emerson or Cade Anderson or possibly even Lazaro Montes in the deal by now, that Brendan Donovan would be a Seattle Mariner. That if they're willing to put one of those three in there, I think he'd be a Mariner by now. I really do. Because I think that's the kind of talent. If you look at what the Cardinals have already been doing and the types of trades they've already been making, yes, they've gotten some players who are close to the major leagues, but they're not they're not moving Donovan to get an established player in his first or second year of arbitration. They're not trading Brendan Donovan saying, hey, I want Logan Gilbert. That's not what they're asking for. From everything I can gather, they want youth. They want young people. Now I guess you could argue and look at, okay, is Emerson Hancock a prospect, or is he a major league piece at this point? I mean, I think it's a fair discussion point to have about exactly where he occupies on the depth chart. But for me, Logan Evans, Emerson Hancock, those are probably the types of guys that are on the list. And I think there is still. I will make the overarching point. And by the way, we've covered any number of trade conversations that have lasted until well into the new year. I think it was last year. I believe it was into January before the Kyle Tucker trade happened when he went to the Cubs. And that was going on for weeks and weeks and weeks. So it wouldn't surprise me if maybe there was a bit of a timeout called right before Christmas and people kind of have taken a little bit of time to recuperate and reevaluate where they're at. But until Brendan Donovan is traded, the Mariners are going to have a seat at the table because they have exactly what Chaim Bloom wants. They are looking for young players. That was the case in the Contreras deal, the Sonny Gray trade. These are all moves that they've been looking to make. And certainly I think the Mariners still have what Chaim Bloom is looking for, and we'll have to see if that ends up still producing a match, even though I agree the Donovan discussions and trade dialogue and the Giants being involved and others, it has certainly taken longer than I expected that it would.
That seems like it's floated at the forefront, and there's been nothing else to really move past because it keeps looming out there. So, yeah, if that could get done maybe next week, it would be ideal. Yeah. It's given us material every week. No, JP, this is why we bring you on. We appreciate it, Dave. No one else can do the wide range of knowledge of World Juniors to Hall of Fame ballot to Brendan Donovan insight to what it's like in Cooperstown when the snow falls for the first time.
Well, I was going to get into the NFL with him as well, but we're running out of time. So
you guys have talked Lions Seahawks before, yeah.
Now, and we have, and I do know that now my Seahawks knowledge is not terribly strong, but I do know this: they're playing a pretty major game against the Niners this weekend. That I do know because as I'm I'm on the treadmill here. It's even for me, it's a little chilly to go running outside and things like snow drifts. So I've been running inside here at the hotel, and darn it if when the Sports Center is cycling on the screen every 2 seconds is telling me, okay, NFC West is at stake. Seahawks Niners. So I am fully locked in. I texted my brother-in-law Justin today. I was like, hey, I know the game's coming up, man. I'm pulling for your guys, especially with the Lions out of this now. So I now have to find a bandwagon to jump on, and my instinct is to jump on the Seahawks bandwagon.
We got plenty of room.
There.
Yeah, we got plenty of room for you, JP.
Yeah,
you're our good luck
charm. I love
it.
I'm on it. I covered their Super Bowl. What was it, 2006? Back in Detroit. I was there. I was in the building. So I feel like I have there's that little tiny connection from back in the day. So I'm going to keep that going strong.
Wow, great stuff, JP. We hope maybe some moves will have happened once we get into the new year, but we appreciate you coming on every week, and have a great new year. We will talk to you next week.
You got it. Happy New Year. Happy Hall of Fame season, and good luck to the Seahawks this weekend.
Thanks, JP.
There we go. Thanks, John.
All the best. Thank you.
There is MLB Network's John Morosi. Yeah, look at that. We turned him into a Seahawks fan, Dave. I think we are we'll get credit for that.
That's funny that he was at Super Bowl 40 there covering it, because so was I. Brock and I actually had to sit in the stands. Had to.
Maybe you were sitting by him and didn't even know.
Yeah, it could be. It could be. But no, I think if I was sitting next to him, we would have been friends earlier.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Or he's such a nice guy.
He was sitting behind you maybe and was like, this Wyman guy. And little did he know he would soon
if he was sitting anywhere near us, he might have heard the one time in Brock Heward's life that he cursed. So I'll just throw that out there.
Wow.
Because I was sitting next to Brock.
Were you stunned? How did you react to that?
I was like, wow, that was monumental. I mean... Yeah, well, I think it was on the reverse pass.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, that's fair. That's a fair time to do it.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's going to crack one time.
All right, thanks to John Morosi. You can listen to that conversation on our Seattle Sports page. Go to Wyman and Bob, click on the podcast link, go to our YouTube page. All those conversations are up there as well. But yeah, a little bit of a slower moving process with free agency right now. Hopefully there'll be some updates to get back to in the new year. But we're going to get back to the Seahawks defense and how they match up against a prolific 49ers offense. What will stand out about these two when they face off on Saturday? Mike Lefko and Dave Wyman with you. It's Wyman and Bob on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Yeah, it's about to go down. Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
The NFC West and NFC number 1 seed, 2 open battles that are really settled with 1 game Saturday night.
It's all about Brock Purdy. Can you rattle him? Because when he throws interceptions, this offense just doesn't go. And quietly, Christian McCaffrey is putting together another great season, and ain't nobody really talking about him. Usually he's the guy who's hurt, who's banged up, who you're waiting to get back, and he's been solid all year.
Only on Seattle Sports.
What does VA mean to me?
A place for my daughter to call home. Thanks to the VA Home Loan.
A new lease on life. The best healthcare team I've ever had is here at VA.
And education, and the opportunity to open doors I never thought possible with my GI Bill.
The financial support I need to manage the disabilities I developed because of my service.
Get what you earn. Visit choose.va.gov.
Not all veterans are eligible for the type or amount of benefits mentioned here.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
This is the home of the Seahawks.
Gonna let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN.
Seattle Sports.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Want to make 2026 your year of adventure? Book that trip and learn a new language with Babbel. Go ahead, make a resolution you can stick to. Now is the time. Babbel's New Year sale is here. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with the lifetime subscription for 65% off. Just go to Babbel.com and start today. Babbel teaches you relevant words and phrases, so you can start speaking with confidence in as little as 3 weeks. And because Babbel's bite-sized lessons fit easily into your daily routine and are easy to remember, you'll be talking like a local in time for takeoff. Dive into the world of language learning content with Babbel's videos, podcasts, and stories from around the world, full of culture bites and language learning tips. Turn your daydream into a destination this year with Babbel. But don't wait. This offer ends January 15th. Get Babbel's lifetime access for less at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
This hour of Wyman and Bob is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Thanks again to John Morosi. Great insight there, especially about the Hall of Fame, which I admit kind of snuck up on me.
You showed me something during, now I'm showing you something. JP, questions asked. One tally.
Hold up for the screen. Hold up for the audience there. If you're watching,
I was keeping
can you
track
see that
there.
tally in the upper right?
Yeah.
Well, I was about to say, he did say he was going to break some news, and then he
That
broke
was
the
awesome.
news. Went through the entirety of his ballot for about
great.
15 minutes.
He could have talked for an hour about Felix. I love that. It was awesome. So
I'm thinking of texters because this is Dave's last show of the week. I feel like texters are going to chime in with something like, yeah, that's how we prefer it. Dave doesn't talk. Yeah. Or the fewer questions from Dave, the better.
Sounds like a shot from Lefko.
Yeah.
It's sort of a charade that he's doing there, Matt, that, what if the texters say this, but it's really coming from Lefko.
What if the 425, theoretically, said this?
Matt, I'd stay out of it if I were you. It's a good call. That's
Dave, are you going to, so on Friday, Brian Walters will be here, but you sometimes listen on your way to the plane. Are you gonna send in a sneak attack text?
We're going. I think the buses leave at like 1:30.
Oh, how convenient!
I won't.
So you can't listen.
I can't listen. Yeah, but usually I listen to you guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
There's a couple of times I hear people taking shots at me and everything. I'm like, wow, I'm not even there. But no, it's fine. We like it. We like it that way.
They aren't the same without you.
Yeah.
So yes, a mean text announcement because last week, remember, we did it on Tuesday because we didn't have shows the rest of the week. We are off tomorrow and Thursday. We will be back on Friday. So mean texts on Friday. We're not doing them today. We have a lot to get to still today, including looking at this matchup. And yeah, thanks to John Morosi. Good insight there. That interview will be up on our podcast page on seattlesports.com. Really good insight about Felix and his chances of making the Hall of Fame this year and how that's building toward that necessary 75% threshold. So that interview will be up on our podcast page on seattlesports.com, the Wyman and Bob Show tab, and on our Seattle Sports YouTube page. But in getting back to the nitty-gritty of this Seahawks 49ers matchup, it feels like it boils down to which unit is elite, which one will win out when it comes down to the best of the best. So the 49ers offense, which is playing as well as anyone right now, against the Seahawks defense, which has been the best in the NFL all season. What unit do you see kind of having an edge or winning out when it comes down to it on Saturday?
Yeah, I think the thing that is going to be, just to take one specific thing that's going on, and it's amazing that I would be talking about this because they didn't have Kobe Bryant, and a lot of the year they didn't have Julian Love. Julian Love, by the way, it was like the first time he's ever been injured in a season, even going back to high school, and he was in and out of the lineup, but Ty Okada was part of this, and what I think is going to be so key in this matchup with the 49ers is open field tackling. And that was on display, fully on display with Carolina. And, as much as we talk about all of the different schemes and things that the Seahawks do, they do a great job of coaching up their guys, man. And, like Byron Murphy, all that work that he's doing on the inside, every time it's talked about, they talk about the coaching and, what's going on there. But, if I was, if I was, I'm blanking on their quarterback. For God's sake, I keep wanting to say Mac Jones because it was
Brock Purdy.
If I was Brock Purdy, I would dump the ball off to Christian McCaffrey and let him go. And I think that's why the open field tackling is going to be really key, because a guy like that, you want to get in the open field and, make somebody miss, and that's all you have to do. And the Seahawks were so on that. But, I love hearing from J.J. Watt. He was one of my favorite guys, and Mike, I was telling you during the break, if I would have been total fanboy if I would have run into him, but I think it was on a different level or whatever. But I love the way J.J. Watt...
They did that intentionally. They knew.
Probably. But, yeah, I love the way that J.J. Watt sees the game, just the way. And I see him on Pat McAfee all the time, and I think similarly about, the things that he's passionate about. So interesting to hear what he has to say about the Seahawks.
Yeah, and just sorry to preface it real quick, because some people, they listen to you and Rabel, as they should. So if they weren't listening to the TV broadcast and they were just watching and listening to you two, J.J. Watt was part of the broadcast, so he was the analyst with Iron Eagle. And so, yeah, when he was on with Pat McAfee yesterday, as Dave is talking about, he saw it firsthand, and he broke down what he saw while calling that game and what impressed him about the Seahawks defense.
Their defense is just unbelievable. I think it was like halfway through the third quarter, the Panthers had 16 yards of passing on offense. There was just nowhere to go. Those D tackles up front, Leonard Williams and Byron Murphy, are so stout on the double teams, and they shut down the run, and then they also dominate against the pass. You got Eamon Wari on the back end and all those guys. Witherspoon, like Mike McDonald's a genius. He dials up so many different things.
Do you think?
Do you say McDonald?
No, I think he just kind of went a little quickly through the O. But I was just laughing because I think when you attach one word to Mike McDonald, you associate one word to him. Genius seems to be the one that's thrown out there. From everyone to analysts to players that we talk to, everyone on defense. Yeah, Mike's a genius. Yeah, Coach Mac's a genius. Things like that. So funny to hear J.J. Watt attach that same phrase as well. But in talking about Byron Murphy and Leonard Williams, does it feel like this is what it comes down to, that defensive line that has been the strength of the Seahawks all season, if they can get in the backfield like they did against the Panthers and keep Christian McCaffrey from making that quick second move, or keep Brock Purdy from getting out of the pocket, if they can win at that line of scrimmage without bringing extra rushers like they've done all year, I feel a lot better about negating what Purdy can do through the air.
No question. Yeah, I mean, and those guys have just been the absolute unsung heroes, because both are tied for sacks with 7. And, that's a position that it's really hard to get. If you can get double-digit sacks, the guy that did that consistently was Aaron Donald, and that's hard to do, man. So I love that. I kind of like that Byron Murphy got snubbed from the Pro Bowl as well, because maybe it'll put a chip on his shoulder, because he absolutely should have been in the Pro Bowl. It's ridiculous. So, but maybe it'll take a year for him to get recognized, and then people will start to, know his name and everything. But, because he only had a half a sack his rookie year, but he was very effective still. So, yeah, he's one of the best, and you hear people talk about him specifically more, and I think it's more exciting than Leonard Williams, just because Leo is he's an animal, man. I love everything about that guy and his game. But you look at Byron Murphy; he's only in his second year, man. I mean, he's got a lot of growth ahead of him, and he is playing so well. So yeah, it's going to be key with those two guys getting pressure up the middle, and I think it all starts there. That really, and I remember thinking that about Mike McDonald's defense when he was in Baltimore. That it started up front with those inside guys, and then just kind of went. The safeties were a big part of it, just because they were so versatile and moving around. We have that, with Nick Eamon Wari. So, I mean, and all of the really, you go back and look at like all of the backups, and it's hard now calling Ty Okada a backup, Because
and Drake Thomas, like you mentioned.
Yeah, and Drake kind of played his way into being a starter. So, by the way, I saw Tyrese Knight make a couple of really good plays on kickoff. But that seemed like a year ago. But this defense, I love hearing that from J.J. Watt, a guy who is one of the best defensive players of all time. That he's just very impressed by what they have going on up front. And those are guys that you just can't really account for. I mean, if you don't have if you can't double team a guy like that, I mean, you're in trouble. What else are you going to do? You're going to triple team him? You're going to bring a running back down inside to chip him? I mean, if you have two of those guys that can do that, and really Jaron Reed too. I think Jaron is not quite as dynamic as those two guys, but he is equally tough at the line of scrimmage. So. Yeah, I feel good, and it's kind of funny because sometimes you go back and forth, but you hear J.J. Watt say it. It kind of has a little bit of a extra,
Yeah. Well, Dave, in talking about the Seahawks-49ers matchup, you've often asked about bringing back the hate, sports.
Yeah.
Bring back the hate in sports. Well, one man is single-handedly trying to bring back all the hate in this rivalry. We'll get into that next. Wyman and Bob on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Charbonnet breaks the tackle and he's in. Touchdown, Seahawks!
Setting up the biggest game of the season.
A critical, huge NFC West battle against the San Francisco 49ers.
Seahawks are going to play for the NFC West title, the #1 seed, and the first-round bye.
Holy catfish!
It doesn't get any bigger than this.
Let's go do it. Let's go rip it.
Seahawks 49ers, Saturday. Kickoff at 5. Pregame at 2.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
Boy, am I glad to be done with my holiday shopping.
Oh, I know.
And now I just want to relax.
Me too. Well, except there's one more store we should check out.
Oh, no way.
Because this week, we can get a Samsung, LG, or Sony TV at an incredible price.
Really? Where?
At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. They're really cutting deals.
Because the holidays are over?
Yep. So this is our chance to get what we wanted for Christmas.
Are the prices really that good?
Yes. For 7 days they are. And Video Only has those top-rated models we were thinking about all on sale.
All right. The best stuff cheap is worth a trip.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In South Center, Bellevue, Linwood, Federal Way, and Tacoma, Video Only.
Guys, if your energy is low, your strength isn't what it used to be, or your drive feels off, it's not just getting older. For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Washington, you can start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation so you get real answers about your testosterone levels and overall health. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. This isn't guesswork or one-size-fits-all treatment. Revive specializes in personalized, closely monitored testosterone care designed to help men feel stronger, sharper, and more like themselves again. With over 120,000 patients treated since 2011, Revive Men's Health is trusted for results, not hype. If you've been putting this off, now is the time to act. Claim your free T-check and consultation and see if you qualify for 25% off TRT. This month only. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply, must medically qualify.
Good Dog Auto Glass.
When the stakes are high,
You want the best on your team. When your windshield breaks, don't settle for your insurance company's fix that's just safe enough. Trust Good Dog Auto Glass, where the quality isn't light. We do all the things the little guys don't, and we do all the things the big guy does.
We answer the phone when you call, we work for you, and we will walk you through the insurance process. Visit GoodDogAutoGlass.com, Puget Sound's most trusted auto glass company, and get more bang for your bark.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III! Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2025. Last chance! Donate now for a 2025 tax deduction.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Coming up in just a few minutes at 4 o'clock, we're going to go through our moments that define Seattle sports in 2025. Appreciate everyone that's been texting in. We'll send that call out again at 4 o'clock. But yeah, if you want to start firing in some texts, text in 866-979-3776. The moments, or just you want to do one, the moment that defines Seattle sports in 2025. Now, if there's a man who has been the most hated in Seattle sports over the past few years, it's Diamador Lenore. Dave, there's a long history of him being quite an antagonist when it comes to the Seahawks-49ers matchups. Started all the way back in 2023. We'll get to that in a second. But this offseason, in fact, March 5th, when the rumors that the Seahawks wanted to trade DK Metcalf came out, Lenore took to Instagram, and he was upset by that because of what he says here.
Y'all cannot let DK leave. Y'all can't do that. Who I'm gonna have, how I'm gonna have fun out there? The Jigba, he be crying all day. He cry. That's all he do is cry.
Ref, he holding, ref. Oh no, don't hurt me.
Cry, baby. Bro, I'm not worried about JSN. I'm not. He know that. He know that. He know that. God, he know that. For sure. But back to DK. We can't let you leave, bro. Unless you want to be a Niner.
He knows that, Dave.
You called him an antagonist. I'm thinking of other words. Well, first of all, punk.
I was thinking a word I could say on the radio.
Yeah.
Many were coming to mind that I couldn't.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, and then I know we'll hear from
you.
Apparently I have a very limited vocabulary because you teased it. And then you sucker punches Jake Bobo, and then I said, hey, yeah, didn't he sucker punch Jake Bobo? And then this happened.
Yeah, December 10th, 2023.
These two teams, as we said at the beginning, don't particularly like each other, and now we got some grabbing on and some pushing and shoving going on.
Hey, whoa.
And now Lenore just throws a punch, and guys are coming off the sidelines. And you can't do that from the sidelines.
They need to throw number 2 out, Lenoir.
After all is said and done, they just might.
He just came flying in and just cold-cocked. I think it was Bobo. Oh, cold-cocked.
Yeah.
Okay, that
you
was
change your
different.
vocabulary.
Sucker punch, a little bit. Yeah.
It's
yeah,
evolved
that
in
was
2
like,
years.
I was genuinely like outraged by what I was watching on the field, and I'd never seen anything like that. I don't. Yeah, I mean, just from behind, guy had no idea, Bobo, where it was coming. I saw him on the plane after that game, and I was like, dude, what was that? Wasn't that his rookie year, I think? I think it was Bobo's rookie year. So this is, I like this. I like this that we're trying to bring back up the sort of hatred, sports hatred, albeit still hatred, for the 49ers. And, it's good that they have Diamador Lenoir out there popping off, because I think that, JSN's going to hear that. And, I haven't seen any crying. I don't know what he's talking about.
He had 124 yards in that game against the 49ers.
Right.
Now, we did look, and Lenoir actually did not cover him at all. So now, and this is old stuff, March and 2023, but Lenoir has continued to talk and continued to ask for a piece of JSN. This week, he said, look, I want to cover JSN. I'm going to be the one on him all game.
Hopefully I get to, shadow JSN. I'm ready for this. I hope he's ready.
Anything you'd rather have? Anybody you'd rather have?
Man-to-man coverage, me and him. That's what I want. Me and him.
Yeah, I hope it happens. I really do. JSN, I mean, nobody has been able to, consistently take him away. So, yeah.
And certainly no one just playing man coverage on him all game has.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, I think he can beat anything. He's probably better in zone just because he's so smart, such a smart player. But, I think this is just kind of bubble up the hatred for these two teams, and there's so much on the line, man. It's ridiculous the effects that can come out of this. Like, the loser is going to have to go travel way south, right? It's
either Carolina, you're going right back to Charlotte, or Tampa, which is the longest flight I've ever taken that somehow we didn't leave the country.
Yeah.
Soon after I moved here, I flew back to Tampa for a wedding, a friend I had worked with there, and we were flying for 6 hours, and then we landed, and we were still in this country, the continental U.S. So that is a long flight on what hopefully would be, maybe one more day to travel if you played Saturday, and then, you're not playing until next Sunday. Of course, you could have a Saturday, but we won't get into that. You could have a Saturday playoff game. You could have a Monday playoff game. They do a Monday playoff game now, Dave. Bigger story is you don't have to worry about it if you win. But yeah, this just adds fuel to the fire. It adds to the stakes, and it adds to this nature of the 49ers hatred that has kind of built up. And, it simmered down a little bit right after the Legion of Boom kind of passed on, and the Niners went into the little funk, and the Seahawks didn't have good teams for a while. That rivalry had kind of evaporated compared to where those teams were when you were playing for the NFC title. But now you have a de facto as big as you can get in the regular season. It's not an NFC title game, but it's for the 1 seed. And this is as big as you can get in the regular season. So to hear that was great. And then Justin Barnes reminded us of this great interview that you and Bob did just days after Nicky Manwari was drafted this year. And he had a nice little shot that he got in on the 49ers.
Honestly, it depends what team we're playing. If we're playing the Niners, I'll let it do it out. But, any other team, I'll probably get an interception. I'll get an interception, though. But honestly, man, I kind of like both. Getting an interception is awesome because I like to run it back for touchdowns. But laying the dude out, taking his soul, making him feel it, that also feels good, too. So.
It's hard to believe we're listening to a rookie that was just drafted, and everything that he has done has been like what a 5-year veteran would do. That is such a veteran, great answer right there. Because, and the question I asked was, would you rather have a big hit or an interception or a fumble recovery or whatever? And so he, being on top of it, and it was probably because, he was watching those teams when he was a little kid, that rivalry between the Seahawks and the 49ers. So just very aware of that and instantly endearing himself to all the Seahawks fans.
Yeah, especially if he makes a big impact in this game, which we haven't really talked about that yet. And we still have a few more shows to do. Certainly you guys tomorrow on the Huddle, I'm sure we'll dive into the matchups of this. That Eamon Worry played, 4 snaps?
Yeah.
He was injured very early on in that first game against the 49ers. So we talk about a completely different matchup where week 1, first game in Kubiak's offense, Eamon Worry, as a true rookie, comes in, gets hurt right away. How he's emerged, how everyone has kind of improved for the Seahawks. So to have Eamon Worry, that's going to be a huge difference maker for the Seahawks in this matchup.
Well, and remember, it was the very first play that he made in the NFL. He tackles, he gets a tackle for loss. I don't know if it was McCaffrey. I'm trying to remember who the running back was. But then he, sprains his ankle, and then, he's out for a while. But yeah, so he's going to get a chance to lay some dudes out. So I can't wait for that.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. I wish it was Sunday night, but I guess waiting one less day to get there will be fun. So Saturday night, Seahawks 49ers. We'll certainly talk a little bit more about this matchup over our final 2 hours here before we turn you over to the Alamo Bowl coming up at 6 o'clock. But up next, we want to get your thoughts on this as well. It's our final show of 2025, so we want to know the moments that define Seattle sports in 2025. That's up next. Wyman and Bob on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Charbonnet breaks the tackle and he's in. Touchdown, Seahawks!
Setting up the biggest game of the season.
A critical, huge NFC West battle against the San Francisco 49ers.
Seahawks are going to play for the NFC West title, the #1 seed, and the first-round bye.
Holy catfish!
It doesn't get any bigger than this.
Let's go do it. Let's go rip it.
Seahawks 49ers, Saturday. Kickoff at 5. Pregame at 2.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Trying to get a handle on the market these days, it's nearly impossible, at least for me. Mike Salk here, and I'm busy. I don't have time for the daily ups and downs of the market, but I am very concerned with maximizing my money for the long-term impact. That's why I talk to Trajan Wealth. Do you have an old 401k? Maybe you're not sure what to do with it. We all want peace of mind in our investment portfolios, right? Well, how about starting with a second opinion? Call Trajan Wealth today to discuss how to optimize those funds and get that money working for you again. Trajan Wealth's core philosophies include low expenses, manager tenure, and tax efficiency. So as I talked to my local guy in my first meeting, it quickly became clear those were his priorities. He asked me a ton of questions about me, my family, my goals, my risk tolerance, and then he started working on a plan designed to meet my needs. Call Trajan Wealth today at 206-466-3300 or go to TrajanWealth.com.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC. SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey everyone, Bump here. If you have not seen Seattle U's men's basketball team play yet, now is your chance. See Wazoo, Gonzaga, St. Mary's take on the Red Hawks at Climate Pledge. Next up are the Cougs on December 30th. Grab your tickets at GoSeattleU.com/tickets.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
What does VA mean to me?
A place for my daughter to call home. Thanks to the VA Home Loan.
A new lease on life. The best healthcare team I've ever had is here at VA.
And education, and the opportunity to open doors I never thought possible with my GI Bill.
The financial support I need to manage the disabilities I developed because of my service.
Get what you earned. Visit choose.va.gov.
Not all veterans are eligible for the type or amount of benefits mentioned here.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
More than 4,000 women are diagnosed with breast cancer every year in Washington state.
I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide a lifeline to breast and gynecologic cancer patients, and you can help us make a difference. Join us for Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of wine tasting and inspiration on January 31st at Mary Hill Winery in Woodinville's Wine Country. Get your tickets now for Cork, Fork, and Support. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Seahawks are off today. The Niners are practicing, and their first practice of the week featured no practice for Trent Williams, out with a hamstring, or Christian McCaffrey with a back. He did not practice for the 49ers. George Kittle will be a limited participant. I guess their practice is at 5 o'clock, so Kyle Shanahan made those announcements a little bit earlier. He did also say Trent Williams will, quote, try to go this week. The Pro Football Hall of Fame announced its 15 finalists for the class of 2026. Earl Thomas did not make the cut. He was a semifinalist. Now, the list of finalists also includes 4 first-year eligible players in Drew Brees, Larry Fitzgerald, Frank Gore, and Jason Witten. And the Cowboys have cut cornerback Trayvon Diggs. This comes just 2 years after signing him to a 5-year, $97 million contract.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Mike Lefko and Dave Wyman with you as we put the wraps on 2025. It's our final show for 2025, Dave.
I'll tell you what, man, I'm glad that you listed all of these sports moments, because it was pretty big, and for the first time it was almost pretty even as far as Seahawk Mariner memories. You know, so yeah, it was some of these I had forgotten about. So let's get to it.
Yeah, well, let's throw it back out there. You put up a good question earlier. We'll get back to that. We're going to list, and I kind of, just to make sure I didn't forget anything, I kind of went through almost chronologically. I was just going month by month. I was like, oh, yeah, what did we talk about? What jumped out there? So we want to know, we're going to talk about here, are moments that define Seattle sports in 2025. So, Dave, you mentioned earlier, yeah, if you want to narrow it down to just one, what moment for you, 866-979-3776, define Seattle sports in 2025? Now, if you want to cheat a little bit and you have multiple ones, that's fine. We're going to go through about 15 of them. So text yours in. We saw a lot of good ones earlier that I agree with one that I thought a lot of people might bury underneath some of the more Cal Raleigh headlines of it all. There was one that jumped out to me that a lot of people were texting earlier that I really want to get to. But Dave, in starting just from the beginning of 2025, I think you can't look past the big move the Seahawks made in January. They fired Ryan Grubb. after just one season, and then subsequently
and
hiring
10
Clint
wins,
Kubiak.
by the way.
That's a good point. Yes, and 10 wins, just 1 year and 10 wins in the first season for Mike McDonald and Ryan Grubb and the entire staff. But the Seahawks, they fire Ryan Grubb in January, and they hire Clint Kubiak soon after.
Yeah. No, that was a big one, and I just remember being very surprised just for that reason. I mean, they could have been in the playoffs, and what if they had gone to the playoffs?
Yeah.
I think we did do
that was one of our what ifs.
Yeah, from last year. So, interesting move right there, and again, and the next one too. The Seahawks trading Geno and DK. That's another huge one because really what this signifies is a teardown. You got a teardown going on offensively, not your entire team, but you get rid of Geno and DK, two of the major players in the offense and the passing game. So, and just go a different way. And then I think around that time, I'm not sure how many days afterwards was it that they signed Sam Darnold.
It was soon after trading Geno.
I would say it was like within a week of that,
I
or
think
something.
it was even like Friday, Monday, because I didn't even put the DK part of it first. I put just Geno Smith because of how monumental that is. Like a quarterback, your quarterback, who again led you to 10 wins, and because I'll never forget where we were when it happened. Mm-hmm. We were wrapping up our spring training coverage.
Right.
So the report had come out a couple of days before that DK Metcalf had requested to be traded. That trade did not end up happening until about a week later. But then that news comes at literally 5 o'clock. We're about to start. It might have been 5 o'clock in Arizona because they're still ahead or whatever. Mm-hmm. Time had not changed yet. But whatever it was, we're about to start our 5 o'clock segment. Peel back the curtain here. An interview that we had recorded earlier in the day with J.P. Crawford. And as we're starting, I get a call. Hey, Geno Smith's been traded.
That's right.
Wait, what? Geno Smith's been traded?
Yeah.
It's Friday at 5 o'clock. We're here at the Mariners talking about spring training. All right. Well, our entire final hour will be about this news. Mm-hmm. So that, to me, stands out as just one of the most monumental moments in Seattle sports over this past year because of kind of the shock value, trading your starting quarterback and the timing for us because we are fully in spring training interview Mariners mode.
Yeah. No, it was just I don't know. You kind of were getting the idea that Mike McDonald and John Schneider work really closely together and think similarly. And it's like, okay, let's do this. We can do it. We can go get, and I don't know if they had targeted Sam Darnold yet or not, or how, I forget how many days after that happened. But again, it was what I talked about at the beginning of the season, and probably one of the reasons why the Seahawks had just a 7 wins was the over-under for the Seattle Seahawks, and probably because of all the things we just mentioned. I mean, you fire your offensive coordinator, you brought in a new quarterback coach, new offensive line coach, a run specialist with Rick Dennison, and then, in Geno, DK, and, Tyler Lockett we knew wasn't going to be re-signed, and he ends up signing with the Raiders, and then, it was just a totally different offense. And with a guy, like Sam Darnold, who was kind of one of those quarterbacks we talked about all the time. We typically would talk about our guy, whether it's Russell Wilson or Geno Smith, but he was a guy that we always kind of kept our eye on, and just because he was a fascinating case, and especially getting to Minnesota, and they kind of unlocked him till the end of the season, as you pointed out at the start of the show. He's in that same position where it's like playing the last game like he did against Detroit, and that was a must-win game, and didn't have a good game, and then had the playoff game because they dropped. Could they have been the number 2 seed, I think, if they won?
No,
or
they would have been the 1 seed.
Were they going to be the 1 seed?
It's the exact same situation. It was Vikings or Lions as the 1 seed.
Yeah, it's amazing. So, I mean, I think we'll see what happens Saturday night, but I trust him. I think it's going to go the other way. But, it's kind of interesting how that all comes together after all these moves.
Yeah, and we you're right. Let's lump it all together there, too, because 206 is texted, and it's a good point that signing DeMarcus Lawrence needs to be in there as well. Yeah. That kind of defined this Seahawks season. So the 2 trades, and then around that same time, you signed Darnold, you signed DeMarcus Lawrence 2 days later. Yeah. DeMarcus Lawrence turns into a Pro Bowler. And where is this defense without him and what he has meant to that defensive line? So that whole period.
2 touchdowns.
2 touchdowns as well. A defensive guy with 2 touchdowns and almost a third. It looked like he had one against the Panthers on Sunday. So, yeah, DeMarcus Lawrence and Sam Darnold, that whole free agent portion kind of defined certainly the Seahawks offseason and into this season as well. Now, all right. Go for it.
I would say this, that, I mean, was it a big moment at the time? You know, and like DeMarcus Lawrence, it wasn't like a great...
At the time, it was not.
Right, but now, when you look back, and that's kind of, you know, we're going to get to Josh Naylor later, because I think he falls into that same category where, and you and I were, you hadn't written it down yet, at least, and I was thinking of it as... You know, from that point forward, like, we didn't really know what we were getting, but I think you were right in that Josh Naylor, you know, the signing at the time wasn't, you know, it was good. Like, a lot of people wanted it, but we didn't really know how good it was going to be.
Yeah, you traded for him, and you're like, okay, you need first base upgrade, but you had no idea what he would then mean. So you're right. At the time, it was just the precursor. So at the time, the actual trade for Geno Suarez was so impactful because they were coming off a series against the A's, and kind of a tough one. You knew him. He had, 30-some home runs at this point. The drama of the plane waiting and what that signified of, okay, he's going to surprise the team. He comes on the plane. That felt immediately like one of the key moments of the Mariners season. And so that's certainly something that defines Seattle sports in 2025. You and I kind of then realized, okay, well, the Naylor trade at the time, it happened about a week before, maybe not necessarily a defining moment, but then what he meant, and certainly, as you brought up, the Mariners signing him now to a 5-year deal.
Right.
It's the biggest free agent contract that Jerry DiPoto has handed out to a position player. And so that's a defining moment. So all of that together certainly makes for a key moment there. But you're right. On July 24th, when the Mariners traded for him, you didn't know it at the time.
Right.
Definitely has to go down as one of them. Now, I want to...
Well, you didn't know you were going to get a base stealer.
Yeah.
You didn't know you were going to get...
20 stolen base guy.
What he got defensively. You didn't know he was going to be the guy that tries to break up a double play with his head. You know, I mean, those kinds of things. He's trying to win. He was constantly trying to win. And then... I thought we had, you know, and it was just, I don't know, it was more him than us. But when we had that interview with him, everybody kind of figured out what this guy's about.
Yeah, it's on our YouTube page. Certainly go watch that. You and Bob had the great interview with him. One of the first kind of extended conversations with Josh Naylor.
Yeah.
It was very revealing. And now we learned that, this is a guy that just wants to win. We'll do everything to win. So that there, I wanted to mention this as... All right, we're trying to think of more than just Seahawks, Mariners. I was like, what else happened in 2025? Well, in April, the Kraken fired Dan Bylsma. I was like, all right, you know, that kind of defined 2025 because now they're on their third coach in 3 seasons.
Yeah.
It was more stunning because he'd been there for 1 year. So I'll just, put that in there. We'll move on. But it's something that at the time was just a blip of what the heck happened here. The Kraken fired a coach after 1 year. So that was in April. And then another thing that was in April, and to me, I remember it, Dave, because it happened on one night. It happened about the same time, round 2 of the draft. The Seahawks draft Nick Emanwari, and almost the same time, Logan Gilbert gets hurt. Oh, yeah, this is not a good defining moment, but he was throwing, I think, a perfect 3 innings against the Marlins. He hurts his elbow, a significant injury, the first time Gilbert had really dealt with an injury in his pro career. So the disparity and the juxtaposition of all this excitement with the Seahawks moving up in a big way to draft Emanwari, but then at the same time, the Mariners, one of their best arms and maybe a Cy Young favorite before he gets hurt there in Logan Gilbert.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that was a big one. I don't remember those 2 things happening on the same day, but I thought the other thing that was cool is that the Emanwari trade up to get that involved them trading away what they got from DK and Geno.
Yeah.
And so I thought that was kind of cool. But, and I just remember looking at Emanwari and, seeing the comparisons to Cam Chancellor. And, the way from what I saw on film is that he had better ball skills than Cam did. I mean, Cam, eventually got to be very good as far as that goes, picking off passes and things like that. And he already had that at South Carolina. So, yeah, that was a big move. But, yeah, it's kind of like one of the best things that could happen to both of these sports teams, and then one of the worst things that could happen. You get a guy like Logan Gilbert, who is just, so instrumental to everything in this to this team and the rotation, and then all of a sudden he goes down with an injury.
And then we get into, because we're kind of going chronologically, we get into the summer of Cal, the summer of the Mariners, and we have a lot to talk about with Cal Raleigh. And you mentioned it right away, top of the show, Dave. To you, the defining moment of 2025 is
That's what I thought
Cal
of.
Raleigh in the home run derby.
Right, and I get accused of trying to weave his name into anything that is sports related. But yeah, I mean, I thought of all the moments for Cal, I thought that was really cool. The other thing I think that made it monumental was, number one, that he won, but also that he had his dad involved and his little brother was involved, and they were part of it. And I remember when they asked his younger brother, what do you think about when you think of what's one word? Or he says, greatness. I love that. I love that. So, yeah, I mean, I think that was such a great breakout year for Cal Raleigh. And just, he just kind of embodies like the perfect athlete, like their attitude. He's just very sort of unaffected by all of that. He's a very down-to-earth guy and just a regular guy. And I think everybody, could have a conversation with Cal Raleigh. So, I mean, I that's what I think is so cool about him and why he's such a great athlete. It's the humility that comes along with it.
Now, for me, and I'm not surprised, but I'm glad a lot of people brought this up right away. Top of the show, we threw it out there. Hey, what was your defining moment of Seattle sports? And you can keep texting in 866-979-3776. Maybe the biggest moment of the season and what it represented and what it meant for the Mariners and getting them into the postseason and the entire journey they went on in the postseason was the final Astros series.
Yes.
There were 3 consequential moments that happened in each game, and it culminated with the Mariners sweeping the Astros. It was the changing of the guard. They had to clinch the division a few nights later, but that all but sealed it. At that moment,
Are you talking about the play that Steve Rabel spoiled for me?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Well, explain that to
I was
our
mowing the
here.
lawn, and he said, "Oh, wait till you see the end of the Houston game. You won't believe the play." And I'm like, "Oh, great."
Well, to be fair, that's your fault for not watching live.
You're right.
You knew it was a big game, Dave.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
you
can't-
trying to be productive.
That's the thing. You can't rely on other people when people go, "Oh, don't tell me this." Come on. Get over that. If you're taping it, whatever, just put your phone down.
And it was monumental.
But it was awesome. That was one of my favorite plays from the Mariners was seeing Victor Robles make that catch.
A look back at second. The 0-1 pitch. Slider swinging a fly ball into shallow right center field. Hustling in, diving for the ball. Making the catch is Robles. The throw into second base. They are going to double up Myers. Holy smokes, what a play. A season-saving diving catch by Victor Robles in right center field. The toss into second to double up Myers, and the ball game is over. The Mariners hang on and win it.
That was incredible. If you remember the circumstances going into that weekend, the division was still very much in doubt. The Mariners had a game lead or might have even been tied, but to win on that Friday night, and unfortunately, that's part of the defining moments of 2025 as well, because in that win, you lost Brian Wu to an injury. Brian Wu did not really recover. You didn't have him in the rotation the rest of the season. He pitched in relief in the postseason, but I had to pinpoint that as well, because who knows what that postseason looks like if you have Brian Wu in your rotation. Yeah. That was Friday, kind of cast a pall on that Game 1 win. Saturday was Victor Robles. Okay, you won the series. It's there for the taking for the first time in 20-plus years. You can finally get past the Astros, this team that has just loomed in front of you. And then Sunday, J.P. Crawford hits a grand slam. The Mariners complete the sweep, and they all but clinch the division. They would do so a few nights later. And Dave, another defining moment that a lot of people brought up, on the night they clinched the AL West, Cal Raleigh hits home run number 59 and home run number 60.
The chance of MVP. MVP, the stretch of the pitch to Cal. Swing and a drive, deep to right field. There it is, number 60, the modern-day Bambino.
Love it. Yeah, great call by Rick. I love hearing Rick.
I could have played the longer version. I didn't want to get bogged down in it because we got a lot to get to still. Because, hey, the Mariners would essentially write an entirely different chapter to their postseason. Had the season just ended with that and Raleigh and you win the AL West, great. But then the postseason becomes so historic and so memorable as well that, you cannot talk about a defining moment of 2025 without talking about Jorge Polanco winning the ALDS.
We go the stretch. Canely has got to throw a strike. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Swung on line drive, base hit right field. Jorge Polanco with a walk-off single, and the Mariners are going to play for the American League Championship. The Mariners win the battle in Seattle in 15 innings.
Where were you for that? Weren't you on the road?
We were in Jacksonville. Yeah, and
Staying
I remember
up late,
sitting on the bus, and then I was thinking, oh man, I hope I'm going to be able to see the end of this game. And I watched the rest of it in my room, like the last 2 innings. It was ridiculous. So and I was getting so annoyed by the bus driver because I was listening to the call with Rick, and then this guy kept stomping on the brakes, and I was just irritated just in general. Like, get us to the damn hotel. I practically sprinted in to see what if we could find a TV somewhere, and sure enough, I got to watch. I actually checked into my room and everything during a commercial, and was like good to go.
There's probably still 2.5 hours left in that game.
Yeah, no, I mean I probably watched 20 minutes of it at that point, but we flew all the way to Jacksonville, and they basically, I think they started when we took off.
Yeah,
that's when you accused the pilot of our plane of speeding, because we actually got to Jacksonville. We actually got to Jacksonville in like 4 hours, and you're like, there's no way that you can get to Jacksonville.
Matt,
in 4
you
hours.
need to weigh in on this. Before Dave actually told me that, yes, private air travel, you can go a little faster, which I didn't realize. He didn't bring that up. He just goes, yeah, the flight to Jacksonville only takes 4 hours. It's like, no, I don't think so, because a commercial trip, I've done that flight to Florida. It takes about 5.5, 6. And Bob was like, yeah, it's not 4 hours. You're not going to be in Jacksonville, Florida.
Yeah.
But lo and behold, Dave was right, because pilots, we didn't know this, on private aircraft can travel as fast as they want.
I actually didn't
What a
know
fascinating life you do lead.
I just wanted you to be like, yeah, Dave doesn't know what he's talking about. Of course it was 6 hours.
Oh, I know.
I'm glad that was your memory of that.
Yeah, no, I was I was just following whatever the schedule was there, but yeah, I don't know. I
That's
mean, I
true.
never even thought about it. I always assumed that most jets that fly people around the country are going as fast as they can.
Yeah.
But
we know you just get taken from place to place. That's why you'd get kidnapped.
Oh, yeah.
So I should have known you were just following what was written down.
Hey,
for you.
whatever it said, yeah.
Yeah, so that was obviously a massive moment. Mariners win the ALDS. They're back in the ALCS. And then, of course, there was plenty of drama in the ALCS. There was that final moment to end the season that we won't play, that you brought up right away, of course, yesterday when we threw this out there, that today we're going to do our defining moments of 2025. But before that, there was Gino Suarez's Game 5 Grand Slam in the ALCS.
Dominguez ready, the stretch. And again, the 2-2 on the way to Gino. Here she comes, swinging a fly ball, deep to right field. Lucas going back to the 1-8 track. Get out the rye bread and mustard, Grandma. It is Grand Salami time. Eugenio Suarez with an opposite field. Grand Salami.
Huge.
I remember probably like almost every other Mariner fan, I remember saying out loud, I would not be surprised if Gino hit a grand slam here. And sure enough, he delivered, man. It was incredible. So, and just the power that he gets, and off the bat, he is incredible. So, yeah, I love that moment as well. There were so many to choose from the Mariners.
Yeah, and then the season ended after that. It was crazy. They didn't even finish the series. It was just 3-2 in the ALCS, and that was it.
Yeah.
Now, we know the actual one of the defining moments of 2025.
You don't want to talk about it.
I'm not going to play the highlight, but no, we have to bring it up. Game 7, 3-run home run to George Springer. Blue Jays go on to take the lead and win 4-3. So you want to talk about single big moments in a negative way, it's certainly that one. But wow, what a myriad of moments in a positive way for the Mariners. Then we talked about kind of chronologically the big moment here in the offseason, signing Josh Naylor, that 5-year contract. So that kind of wrapped up the Mariners of it all in 2025. And then, what was it, just about 2 weeks ago? I've lost track of all time here. The biggest moment perhaps of the Seahawks season so far, a 16-point deficit. They rally back. Seahawks give up a touchdown in overtime, which is still crazy to think about, because remember, overtime rules just changed.
Right.
It was this year, where in regular season you both get possessions, regardless if a team goes down and scores a touchdown. So one of the first opportunities to do this, the Seahawks come down the field, they score, and then they win on a 2-point conversion.
Darnold has time, looks inside, it's caught! Touchdown! Make an extra point! Make a conversion! I don't care what it is! The Seahawks win the game again on the last play of the game! The Seahawks win 38-37. It's Sauber with the 2-point conversion catch. Holy cow!
You know what, Rabel is so funny that he gets irritated by that. Like, well, I didn't call it the right thing. I'm like, the way you called it was just perfect.
Yeah, that was perfect.
It was what everybody was thinking, and thinking touchdown Seahawks. Well, it wasn't technically. It was a 2-point conversion, but that wouldn't have sounded very good. 2-point conversion Seahawks. No. So he called it perfectly. But yeah, that just happened the other night, and that was. Yeah, I mean, I was actually there, obviously, and watching it and everything. All these other moments were, basically watching it on TV. So, yeah, it's that was maybe, for me anyway, probably the coolest moment of, it's the recency bias as well, because, some of these things happened long in the past. But, yeah, I mean, I think that one's got to be top 5 anyway.
Yeah, and then one that, thank you for texting in. That's why we asked for your submissions as well. We did kind of forget about it because a lot was going on in March. But 360 says signing Cal to the contract extension.
That's
Certainly,
right.
that happened towards the end of spring training. A 6-year, $105 million extension. So definitely one of the defining moments of 2025 in Seattle sports. Thanks for all the submissions. And we can get back to it if there are some other good ones that pop up as we kind of work our way down to the end of our show coming up at 6 o'clock. We'll turn you over to the Alamo Bowl, our final show of 2025. But what a year. What a year in Seattle sports. And for the Seahawks, it is not done yet. So when we do our defining moments of 2026, who knows what we'll talk about for this Seahawks team. But they do have the Niners looming here in Week 18. And it's a Niners offense that has been prolific. So how do they slow down Brock Purdy? We'll dive into that next. Wyman and Bob on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Let's start with the most obvious, Brock.
Brock and Salk.
His defense is really good.
Morning 6 to 10.
A lot of loss.
Yesterday was we can't block DeMarcus Lawrence, we can't block Leonard, we can't block Byron, we can't do anything, we can't push the ball down the field. We just can't compete with that defense that is just basically humiliated us in our own building.
Very, very attuned to not giving up the big play, but then the pass rush is a big part of that, and it gets home.
Only on Seattle Sports.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain. And they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
Between all the holiday parties,
weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers,
we've been overindulging a little more than usual over the holidays. But now, we are starting the new year off on a healthier note by taking Active Liver supplements from New Nordic every day.
Active Liver contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract. All natural ingredients that help protect the liver so that it can protect you from toxins. It's like giving my body a daily detox. I've never felt better and my energy is through the roof.
And my doctor is already impressed with how much better my numbers are looking. So if better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today and start the year off knowing you're giving your liver some well-deserved relief.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or pick some up today at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery. Are now available at Wegmans. New year, new you, new Nordic.
Want to make 2026 your year of adventure? Book that trip and learn a new language with Babbel. Go ahead, make a resolution you can stick to. Now is the time. Babbel's New Year sale is here. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with the lifetime subscription for 65% off. Just go to Babbel.com and start today. Babbel teaches you relevant words and phrases, so you can start speaking with confidence in as little as 3 weeks. And because Babbel's bite-sized lessons fit easily into your daily routine and are easy to remember, you'll be talking like a local in time for takeoff. Dive into the world of language learning content with Babbel's videos, podcasts, and stories from around the world, full of culture bites and language learning tips. Turn your daydream into a destination this year with Babbel. But don't wait. This offer ends January 15th. Get Babbel's lifetime access for less at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Your old furnace ain't nice, and your toes are like ice. DayandNight.net. This month, Day and Night gives you a free furnace with the installation of an AC or heat pump.
If you're not sure your furnace will make it through another winter, call us to install a proper, long-lasting, efficient heating system backed by our lifetime workmanship guarantee, so you won't be left out in the cold.
Install an AC or heat pump and get a free furnace from Day and Night Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric.
DayandNight.net. Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
That was fun, Dave. A nice trip down 2025 memory lane, Seattle Sports.
Yeah, there were some things, that you kind of revisit that are like, oh, yeah, that's right. And I think the one that stood out to me was the Robles catch, just because, that ended up, did that end up sealing the
won the series.
They got the series.
And then the sweep was pretty impactful the next day, too, because then you're only a game up instead of going 3. The stakes were such a big swing there. But that Robles catch was just such a defining moment because it ended the game. It gave you the series. Yeah. And then I think the Mariners took that momentum into Sunday. They jumped on the Astros early, never looked back, and then you wrap up the wild card in the division soon after, and a 2 seed. So everything that came from that was, what a wonderful moment, because everyone who was watching, Dave, and not outside doing, I don't know what, tending to your lawn, I guess that was important. You see Robles literally fly into the screen. He was not in the frame at all. It looks like Julio is going to try to make a play on the ball, and he's coming up short. And then Robles, Superman, flies into the screen, makes the catch, doubles up the Astros. It's over.
Yeah, and whenever I think about that, I see a cape on his back, by the way. Yeah, flapping in the wind. No, it was awesome the way – it kind of reminded me of Devin Witherspoon. The way Spoon just will all of a sudden show up on the scene. I mean, just the quickness and intensity that he plays with.
Yeah. So Devin Witherspoon, the Seahawks, certainly will write some more big moments in 2026, which this game, I guess we've been talking about it, and we will for the rest of the week. It will be in 2026, but it kickstarts the end of the season into the playoffs. And there are, we talk about how big the stakes are, and I don't want to undersell it, because even though we talk about it a lot, it is a massive difference between the 1 seed and the 5 seed and getting home field advantage, especially for what it's meant for the Seahawks. That 3 prior times in their history, all 3 trips to the Super Bowl have come when you're the 1 seed. So with that looming, it's even more massive and it's even more important. And then you look at this 49ers team and you think, all right, well, unfortunately, they're probably playing as good as anyone in the NFL right now on offense. And it does kind of play into the Seahawks' strength. But when you look at the 49ers, what jumps out to you about this offense?
Yeah, and it's the thing that scares me the most is that it's just so well designed that I don't want to say you can plug just anybody in, but you plugged in Mac Jones, and he was able to get it done. So, and he had a 5-3 record in the games that he had to start, he got to, I guess you could say. And that, it's funny because he got hurt in Brock Purdy, that is, their number 1 quarterback, got hurt in the game up here. That they won. They beat us 17-13. But then, you saw that's what scares me about their offense is that it's that good. That they can just plug in Mac Jones. And look, maybe Mac Jones has gone through one of these, the resurrection, and he's gonna be the guy going forward or the next guy that sort of gets unlocked or whatever, because he was a first-round pick and then kind of, mediocre as far as his NFL career goes. But then, for the 49ers, and especially, they got an overtime win against the Rams, he threw for 342 yards in that game. So yeah, Mac Jones, just that's what scares me. If you said one player, he's not going to be playing, but it just embodies the notion that they can just plug in pretty much anyone there, and their offense is just so well run that they're able, and they're getting it done through the air. They didn't stop, all of a sudden go, okay, let's start handing the ball off to Christian McCaffrey, because their run game is not that great. It's their pass game that is elite.
Yeah, and that's what Daniel Jeremiah on This Morning with Brock and Salk was outlining when talking about, from the Seahawks perspective, you kind of have to go in thinking you're going to need a lot of points in this one.
I think this offense right now, if I was going to tell you coming into this game at San Francisco, this team doesn't punt right now. Mm-hmm. So I'm challenging my offense. We have to go score 30 points. Now, hopefully you only need 17. But I would go in there with the mindset of this can't be a turtle up and let's just try and win a low-scoring game. This offense in San Francisco is humming right now.
And that's where the Seahawks have lived over these past few first halves especially, and then against the Panthers or a game against the Vikings where, you get some points late, but they have won these low-scoring games. The Colts game even, where you literally don't score a touchdown. The defense keeps you in it or wins the game for you. You get timely kicks or special teams touchdowns. It might not work against the 49ers. It's that looming, hey, is there going to be an offense that's finally good enough that you can't keep pace with? So we'll see. I think, Dave, what's interesting, we've talked about the defensive line and how good they have been, how they'll be the key. Well, Daniel Jeremiah was also kind of diving into that of, where Brock Purdy has the most success and how the Seahawks defense needs to contain him.
The thing to me, if I was going to say the key for Seattle in this game, if I could narrow it down, would be if we can make him play the entire game within the structure of the pocket, I feel like they've got a good shot. Mm-hmm. But a lot of their big plays and explosive plays are with those boots, and they have those old, Gary Kubiak where you're throwing wind back routes all the way across the field. Mm-hmm. And you're watching these games, these explosives, and a lot of these explosives, it's dealer's choice. He's got 2 guys, sometimes 3 guys wide open down the field on some of these looks off of play action.
Kyle's really good, isn't he, man?
He is unbelievable.
Yeah, and they put up like 150 points over the last 5 games, I think. Mm-hmm. So I mean, it's just it's crazy how they're just plug Purdy back in after being injured, then get Mac Jones in there. And Purdy, it's kind of interesting because he came back for their 4th game at Jacksonville, and I'm trying to remember, did he get a different injury or was it aggravation?
Yeah, remember this? It was, I think he re-aggravated it. Yeah. We talked about it at the time, and it's kind of escaping maybe.
He threw for 309 yards in that game, but then they put Mac Jones back in for another, 6 games? Mm-hmm. And, I mean, he kind of, I think, like I said, he went 5-3, so he kind of held down the fort a little bit. As far as being a backup quarterback, he played in 8 total. So, but now you just plug Purdy back in, and he's just ripping it. One thing that that sort of is encouraging to me is that you remember Ernest Jones had a pick in that game, the very first game against San Francisco. And before that, they had thrown the ball down the middle of the field, and it just went over his hands. The next time they ran something similar, and I think it was the similar down and distance, EJ got a little bit more depth, like maybe 3-4 yards, and he gets the interception. And that's what you got to do. But the problem is that when you have to drop that deep to get in those lanes for the second level guys, now it creates a lot of space between you and a dump off to Christian McCaffrey. So now all of a sudden, you've got to come running back up there 15 to 20 yards and try to make an open field tackle. And that's why, I think that was the most important and best thing that I saw last week in Carolina, was that their open field tackling was awesome. And that's hard to get done right now, especially, when you're not out there in full pads and you're not out there playing in full speed in practice. And they've gotten consistently better and better as the season's gone on. So if you can make those kinds of plays, because, there's lots of players in this league that people say, hey, if this guy can make one guy miss, then he's going to be off to the races. And, if you can't, then, that's going to be success for the defense. And I think that's what they got to have. That's the one thing I'm going to be looking for.
Well, the Seahawks don't have to worry about this, but for a lot of teams around the NFL, there is head coaching uncertainty, especially after Week 18 comes to an end. We'll dive into which coaches might not be back next season. We'll hear about it when we sweep the dial. Wyman and Bob on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Charbonnet breaks the tackle and he's in. Touchdown, Seahawks!
Setting up the biggest game of the season.
A critical, huge NFC West battle against the San Francisco 49ers.
Seahawks are going to play for the NFC West title, the #1 seed, and a first-round bye.
Holy catfish!
It doesn't get any bigger than this.
Let's go do it. Let's go rip it.
Seahawks 49ers, Saturday. Kickoff at 5. Pregame at 2.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
D.R. Horton's National Red Tag Sales Event starts this Friday, January 2nd. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. Visit drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
The Boat Show, the Boat Show, the Big Seattle Boat Show.
The Big Seattle Boat Show. It's the best time to buy. January 30th through February 7th. With big selection, big discounts, and big fun for everyone.
It's a big deal. Presented by Sundance Yachts and Port of Seattle. Make it a date Friday evenings with Boat Show After Dark, featuring unforgettable ambiance, music, food, beer, and wine. Details and discount tickets at seattleboatshow.com.
More than 4,000 women are diagnosed with breast cancer every year in Washington state. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide a lifeline to breast and gynecologic cancer patients, and you can help us make a difference. Join us for Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of wine tasting and inspiration on January 31st at Maryhill Winery in Woodinville's Wine Country. Get your tickets now for Cork, Fork, and Support. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more.
This is the home of the Seahawks.
Gonna let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN.
Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and now that the holidays are over, there's no better way to start the new year than to lose those unwanted pounds. We have a proven system that can help you lose weight and get healthy. Avoid the stress of doing it on your own. No drugs, no injections, just teaching you how to reset your metabolism and turn your body into a fat-burning machine with lasting results. Using real healthy foods and lifestyle tips will help you lose weight, lower inflammation, and improve your metabolic health. Now's the time to end the cycle of weight gain and frustration. Schedule your free consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
I know it sounds hard to lose weight, but Eastside Weight Loss Clinic can make it easier with great recipes, a ton of support, and they'll keep your emotional state where you are dropping the pounds.
Join the thousands of people who've lost 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. It doesn't matter where you live, you can do our program in person or virtually. Schedule your free phone consultation today by calling 425-588-0080 or eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Kent Bowl reminds listeners many uniformed personnel and healthcare providers will spend this holiday season working hard to keep us safe. These heroic men and women spend long hours away from home, protecting our freedom and providing critical medical care. Please thank them for their many sacrifices and putting their lives on the line for us every day. Happy holidays to you and yours from the entire team at Kent Bowl, a family-friendly place proudly serving you since 1958. Check out our bowling leagues at kentbowl.net.
It's a freezing night, and suddenly your heating dies. A fix could take several days or longer. Don't let this happen to you. If your system's 12 years or older, it's on borrowed time. Upgrade now to a dependable Mitsubishi electric heating and air conditioning system and keep your family comfortable. Schedule a consultation today at HomeComfortAlliance.com. For all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, visit HomeComfortAlliance.com. That's HomeComfortAlliance.com. And happy holidays to all.
Scanning the airwaves for the most interesting and entertaining stories of the day. Sweeping the dial. Every afternoon at 4:45 with Wyman and Bob.
Presented by Silver Reef Casino Resort.
Not really sure what happened to the Rams last night. Matt Stafford threw 3 interceptions. The defense allowed Bijan Robinson to literally dictate fantasy football championships. A lot of heartbreak or ecstasy over Bijan Robinson kind of single-handedly winning guys their championships, Dave. Now, you and I, we can't relate. We were not playing for our championship.
I'm going to try to pick him up.
It was a thing.
Next year, and then he'll probably suck.
Yeah. Well, I think he'll be probably pretty coveted. But, yes, the Falcons beat the Rams kind of in stunning fashion, a 27-24 win. And afterwards, Sean McVay said, yeah, it was a little bit of a wake-up call for his team.
We ended up giving up explosives. That was a big thing that we talked about not doing. They end up taking a pick back for a touchdown. And so I love the way that we found a way to be able to get ourselves back in that football game, but we weren't able to close it out. And so we make no excuses, but we weren't good enough. I do like the fight of this group, the way that we handled ourselves in the second half. And we had our chances to be able to close that game out. And here we are again in a disappointing situation, but this is a humbling league, and we got humbled tonight.
Yeah, I got to say I was impressed by the way they came back because it probably felt pretty bad of what was happening to them because that just has not happened to them this year. So, yeah, I mean, I'll give them a little credit for that. But, yeah, it's just interesting to me that certain teams can just sort of have your number,
right?
You know? And, you know, we talked about that with the Rams, that we hope that's not the case. And then I don't know how you feel about the 49ers, but I feel like, you know, when we beat them down there last year, that was pretty significant. And that was with, you know, with Geno playing quarterback.
They weren't very good last year.
Yeah, but I mean, they just seemed like they always had our number.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I don't know. This one doesn't feel to me like like the Rams game. Going into that Thursday night game against the Rams, I thought we were going to lose.
I still think. Wait, you picked them to win every game in our call it now. You picked 17.
I think I said I said they were going to lose that. On that
that's
one.
right. You're right.
Yeah.
I remember that. Yeah. I still. Yeah, I don't want to face the Rams in the playoffs, and it might be the case if the Seahawks are the 1 seed. Or the Rams, if they're the well, actually no. Okay, good. The Rams, they're not going to be the 5. So if the high seeds hold and the 5 seed wins, then the 5 would play the 1. So you're almost looking at perhaps Seahawks-Niners facing off again. But we don't have to worry about that yet. A lot of football to be played and a lot of discussions had before then. But even with the Rams kind of slumping, does it feel like to you, because to me it feels like, I don't want to play this team. Out of the other NFC teams, like the Eagles, the Bears, I would not want to see the Rams in the playoffs.
Yeah. I don't know. There's something about not knowing the Bears in Philadelphia, like what they have and how that matchup is, that I feel like no matter what with the Rams, you're going to be in it. There's going to be a chance. I mean, it's going to come down to it. I don't know what's going to happen if all of a sudden, you play the Bears and they maybe Caleb Williams has a huge, I don't know. I like the familiarity. I would rather play, and I wonder if Mike McDonald would feel that way. And he's probably not ever going to say that publicly, right? Like, oh, this is a team I think I can get. Then you put some bulletin board material out there. But for me as a fan, I know that we can. I would love to play the Rams again because, first of all, they got lucky to win that first one. If we'd had that field goal would have been on, we'd have won the game. So, yeah, to me, I feel like the Rams are probably they're the most familiar opponent.
Sweeping the dial.
We know there are 3 great teams in the NFC West. There's also another team in the NFC West, and it's the 3-13 Arizona Cardinals. And Jonathan Gannon was asked yesterday about this season, the challenges of it, and whether he feels like he'll still be the head coach next season.
Through adversity, you got to change, so I got to change, and we got to change some things. But we'll get to that.
You've been talking about your job status for like a month now, whatnot. Have you been told that you're safe for next year?
I'm not going to get into all that, Josh, but I feel good.
He feels good, Dave.
Josh. What's
Josh Weinfuss.
Weinfuss.
The ESPN Cardinals reporter.
Yeah, so that's a pretty brave question to ask a guy. I mean, basically you're saying, you think you're going to get fired? Isn't it?
Yeah, maybe you phrased that, but I think he was asking about job security, like how you feel. But I don't know. If you're Jonathan Gannon, you're right. Like, what are you going to say? But in your heart, how do you think Jonathan Gannon's feeling right now? Like when he leaves that press conference, he's like, yeah. If I could answer truthfully, would the answer be the same?
Yeah. You know what's funny is if you look at the way they started the season, they won. We're talking about the Arizona Cardinals here at New Orleans, 20-13. Then they beat Carolina at home, 27-22. Then they went to San Francisco and really put up a fight. They only lost by 1 point to the Niners, lost by 3 points to the Seahawks. You're probably at that point thinking, we can hang. We can hang. And then all of a sudden you get beat by Tennessee. And then you go on like a 5-game losing streak. And then they beat Dallas inexplicably. But then you go on an 8-game losing streak. I mean, it is bleak in Arizona. And for, and especially because they've had to play the NFC West. I mean, it's the toughest division by far.
Yeah, and I mean, Gannon's best season, this is his 3rd season, 4 wins in year 1. His best season was last year. Remember they came in and played the Seahawks and everyone was like, oh, this is the year. The Seahawks or the Cardinals are figuring it out. We love their defensive coordinator. They're 6-4. They have what it takes this year. I think that's been said every year under Kyler Murray. And then they fell off and had a 7-9 record. It was something very unimpressive. And then now this year, 3-13. So my thought is, if you're Jonathan Gannon, it's not going in the right direction. All of a sudden, there's backwards progress. It's not like you're in year 1 or year 2. 3 seasons, your quarterback situation, you're probably getting rid of Kyler Murray. Just clean ties. I would just cut bait with everyone and turn in a new direction. But we'll see. We'll see what the Cardinals do. For the sake of the rest of the NFC West, nice team to beat up on.
Yeah.
Sweeping the dial.
Dave, we talked a lot about this much-hyped Steelers-Ravens matchup. Yeah, Mark Schlereth did explain for TV purposes why they do it, but I do find some irony in the fact that you're marketing Aaron Rodgers and Lamar Jackson and all these big storylines. Well, Adam Schefter says yesterday, well, hold on. Lamar Jackson might not even be playing in this finale.
I would say this, that the Baltimore Ravens go into this week preparing as if Tyler Huntley will be the starter. Wow. Lamar Jackson has missed at least one practice 7 straight weeks. He himself and John Harbaugh talked about how painful that back injury was. He didn't practice last week. They ruled him out right away. I don't see any evidence right now that tells me that they can count on Lamar Jackson being there on Sunday night. Now, he might make it back this week. We'll see how that back recovers. But I think you have to plan as if Tyler Huntley is going to be a starting quarterback Sunday night.
Is there something else going on with Lamar Jackson?
There's some frustration, I guess, apparently between John Harbaugh and him and the coaching staff. And people venture to guess that Lamar Jackson is his own agent. He doesn't have an agent. So when they went through their kind of contentious contract negotiation in 2023, that left some lingering hard feelings because you have to deal with him directly. And you've talked about this. The agent's the good buffer, right? Yep. It doesn't get personal when you're dealing with the agent. They shield the player from that. Yep. So there's some frustration again about what happens now with Lamar. You're going to need to give him a new contract soon. Apparently there's some frustration there. And the Ravens coaching staff thinking he's missing too much time because he's had a lot of injuries. He's barely been healthy. So there are some behind the scenes issues going on. But it is wild to think in a win and win the division game, your quarterback might not play.
Yeah, and he's such a dynamic player, man. I am so against being your own agent in the NFL. Anyway, I mean, other occupations, sometimes it's not worth it to do it. But in the NFL, it absolutely is. I would say my agent, he by far paid for whatever fee I paid him. No question. Based on him always getting me more money than I thought I would get. So, but then also, like, you have to sit there and listen to somebody tell you why you shouldn't be paid.
Yeah.
I mean, and they don't want to do that. The franchise doesn't want to do that, you know? So, yeah, it's that part of it is kind of goofy to me. I just don't think, I think it always pays off, especially if you have a good agent. I had a great agent, man. Marvin Demoff was like the smartest NFL guy ever, and everybody knew him and everybody loved him, and you know he did everything the right way. So I don't think he's working anymore, but I think that Lamar Jackson.
Because he retired, so he had no premier client. Now I know he had Elway as well.
Oh
right?
Yeah.
But you
I
were
was
the guy.
way low on the. Lots of times he would always end a phone call by saying, "Okay, I'll call you on Tuesday," and he would always say Tuesday, and it's because that was the day off, you know, that we had in the NFL. But I always I would hang up and go, "Oh, that must have been Dan Marino calling," or that must have been John Elway calling.
Oh, we had both. Okay.
Yeah, I was low on the totem pole, no question about it. But I don't care because he did a great job for me. Lamar Jackson needs to get an agent.
Yeah. All right. Well, coming up next, we're going to dive into why the Seahawks have been so good on special teams this season. Dariq Young joins us here on Wyman and Bob on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Yeah, it's about to go down. Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
The NFC West and NFC number 1 seed, 2 open battles that are really settled with 1 game Saturday night.
It's all about Brock Purdy. Can you rattle him? Because when he throws interceptions, this offense just doesn't go. And quietly, Christian McCaffrey is putting together another great season, and ain't nobody really talking about him. Usually he's the guy who's hurt, who's banged up, who you're waiting to get back, and he's been solid all year.
Only on Seattle Sports.
Guys, if your energy is low, your strength isn't what it used to be, or your drive feels off, it's not just getting older. For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Washington, you can start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation, so you get real answers about your testosterone levels and overall health. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. This isn't guesswork or one-size-fits-all treatment. Revive specializes in personalized, closely monitored testosterone care designed to help men feel stronger, sharper, and more like themselves again. With over 120,000 patients treated since 2011, Revive Men's Health is trusted for results, not hype. If you've been putting this off, now is the time to act. Claim your free T-check and consultation and see if you qualify for 25% off TRT. This month only. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply, must medically qualify.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Good Dog Auto Glass. When the stakes are high, you want the best on your team. When your windshield breaks, don't settle for your insurance company's fix that's just safe enough. Trust Good Dog Auto Glass, where the quality isn't light. We do all the things the little guys don't, and we do all the things the big guy does.
We answer the phone when you call, we work for you, and we will walk you through the insurance process. Visit GoodDogAutoGlass.com, Puget Sound's most trusted auto glass company, and get more bang for your buck.
Tune in this Saturday when the Seahawks take on San Francisco. Kickoff at 5 o'clock p.m. Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Proud sponsor of the Seattle Seahawks and the biggest and best in the Pacific Northwest.
Everybody loves the season of giving, but now the season of paying for it is upon us. That not-so-wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, stare in horror at the balance, and resolve then and there to find new ways to save money. If you're among those Americans, why not start by cutting your wireless bill in half right now with Pure Talk's Saver Plan? It's easy. You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super-fast nationwide 5G network for just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Ho, ho, ho. And if you're active or former military or a first responder, you'll save an additional 20% every single month. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe for the gift that keeps on saving from America's wireless company. Pure Talk.
Hey everyone, Bump here. If you have not seen Seattle U's men's basketball team play yet, now is your chance. See Wazoo, Gonzaga, St. Mary's take on the Redhawks at Climate Pledge. Next up are the Cougs on December 30th. Grab your tickets at GoSeattleU.com/tickets.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its National Red Tag Sales event this Friday, January 2nd through Sunday, January 25th. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event starting this Friday. Discover the D.R. Horton difference. Visit drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
49ers are practicing today. No practice for Trent Williams out with a hamstring or Christian McCaffrey with a back. George Kittle was a limited participant. Kyle Shanahan did say Trent Williams will, quote, try to go this week for the matchup against the Seahawks on Saturday. Cowboys have cut cornerback Trayvon Diggs. This comes just 2 years after signing him to a 5-year, $97 million contract. Northwestern has hired Chip Kelly as their offensive coordinator. Kelly was fired as the Raiders OC back on November 23rd. And the Angels have agreed to a 1-year deal with veteran reliever Kirby Yates. The Mariners saw him a lot in 2024 when he was with the Rangers.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome back to Wyman and Bob. Please be joined on our Seahawks Player Spotlight by Seahawks wide receiver Dariq Young. It's presented by 3 Tree Roofing. And Dariq, what a game. What a moment, I'm sure, for you going back to North Carolina. I know we want to ask you about that in a second, but what was the feeling like just in the locker room after that win to get to 13 wins in the season?
It's just business. Of course, we were excited. We go into every week expecting to win, so it didn't catch us by surprise.
Dariq, tell us what's the difference with had Mike Macdonald for a couple of years now, and just the way that he thinks and some of the things that are different. One of the things, I mean, it sounds like, he's very oriented as far as detail goes, but he's also kind of a guy that, just is kind of a locker room guy. That he's somebody that that really gets along with his players and his personality and everything. How would you describe the difference between Mike Macdonald and other coaches you've had?
Yeah, Mike is young, so obviously he could relate to us more, being that he's closer to age than other coaches that I've had. But he's definitely a player's coach. Listen to his players. He's a guy that's easy to talk to, and has a lot of energy. So just being led by a guy like that is easy to run through a wall for him.
Yeah, and Dariq, how does that translate to the rest of the locker room? It feels like not just Mike Macdonald and you guys are all close as coaches and players, but it seems like everyone on the team really has this tight-knit and close bond. What is it like with you and the fellow receivers and everyone else on this team?
Oh, yeah, we're all close. Not even just the receivers, offensive positions and defense positions, we are all close. Every now and then we'll do a walk and talk where we're in a group of like 5 to 6 people, and we're all just having, tight, close talks, like man-to-man talks with each other and just really getting to know each other. So I feel like, doing that throughout the season has brought us close, and it doesn't shock us.
Yeah, it's very interesting, Dariq. I'd never heard of a coach doing that, really, and there was lots of times where I'd never even spoken to the kicker or the punter, or who's somebody that you've gotten to know and kind of gotten a relationship and a friendship out of the deal that kind of surprises you.
Really just the rookies, to be honest. Rookies, they always have a mindset that, they're just going to come in, head down, and don't really talk too much. So anytime I get a rookie in my group, it's always good to hear from them and, get to see and learn their mindset and how they carry themselves. And it's just always something that I look forward to.
Hey, Dariq, for you personally, how did it feel to get back on the field against the Rams after coming back from that quad injury?
It felt good. That was at the time, that was the biggest game of the season. And I was happy that, my number got called, and I was up that game, and was happy to be a part of it.
Dariq, I know you had an amazing game. I think it was New Orleans or Tampa, but you had 150 yards in return. You had a 60-yard return at one point. As far as the special teams go, tell us about Jay Harbaugh. And every time I see him, he just looks like a very calm, even-keeled guy, and he just has really made special teams a huge deal. I don't think there's a better special team group in the NFL. So just tell us about how he has made that happen.
Yeah, Coach Harbaugh and Coach Fitz, those guys, they put a lot of time and effort into the game plan going into each and every week. And, just seeing the details from, each week, it just, as a player, you just got to respect it. They really take their job serious. We're not running the same plays. We're running different plays every week, trying to find, an inch that we can gain, on our opponent that week, because, going in every week, we try to have at least one play on special teams that, can change the game. And I feel like we've been doing that, whether it's flipping the field on punt or, getting a turnover or, Sheed running for a touchdown on kickoff or on kickoff return or punt return. We always trying to, make plays. And I feel like, that's just our mindset, and that's why we're one of the best teams in the league.
Yeah, Dariq, I don't think I'd ever really paid too much attention to a kickoff, certainly until they changed this rule. And now, even in the second year of this, have you started to appreciate a little more of what you guys can do on kickoffs with all the strategy that goes into them?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Just being that close to the defender and especially being a guy that's elusive and can move, it makes your job a lot easier when you're just, only like 30, 35 yards away from the returner when he catches it. So I like the new rule. We're getting a lot more returns this year and, a lot that gives, both sides of the ball opportunities to make plays. And I feel like that's what the NFL wanted.
Are you on pretty much every special team, Dariq?
Yes, I'm on all four.
Yeah. I was thinking about the Pittsburgh game, and that just really stood out to how well coached you guys are, because when George Halani gets that recovery down in the end zone, it felt like every player on our team knew that was a live football, and it didn't seem like maybe they had one or two guys on their team. I mean, that really, I thought, was a great example, especially early on in the season. I think that was week 2, and you guys were totally dialed in on it.
Yep, and that just goes to show, like I was saying earlier about Coach Harbaugh and Coach Fitz, those guys are really like students of the game. They study a lot, and they told us, that rule, during OTAs, So, that's something we knew, and not every team knows that. I don't think they had one player running towards the ball, and we had a whole bunch of guys running towards the ball, and that's just our mindset.
Hey, Dariq, what have you learned about Sam Darnold over the course of this season? He comes in, it's his first year here. You've been here for a few seasons, but how have you built that bond with your quarterback?
Oh, Sam is a great guy. He's an even better leader. One thing that I like about him, he's one of the guys, he'll be in the locker room laughing and joking around with us. He's not always serious, But, when the time comes to be serious, he's serious. He's an even kill guy. He's never too high, never too low, and that's what you want out of your leader.
He's a tough dude, too, right? I mean, how many quarterbacks have a forced fumble like he had yesterday? You got to respect that, right?
Yeah, you got to respect it.
Hey, Dariq, going back to North Carolina, I know I touched on this when we first got you on here, but was it a big deal? Did you have a lot of family there? Did you get to catch up with, or was it just, hey, the game, and I have to focus on this?
Yeah, I mean, it was just another game for me, but it was a big deal, getting the opportunity to play in front of family I haven't played in front of since college. Not everybody could make that flight out to Seattle, but it was good, playing in front of my family and, seeing people that I haven't seen in a while after the game, it's just a blessing.
Was it kind of a headache managing all the tickets, or is that a good problem to have with so many people wanting to come see you play?
No, it wasn't a headache managing all the tickets. I did have to get a lot of them, but, it was all worth it.
Do you guys do any kind of like a Secret Santa or anything here as far as, with your teammates?
Yeah, this year we did a white elephant in the receivers room.
What'd you get?
Ended up with a pair of shades.
Okay. Is that what you wanted, or is that, secretly you're going to go exchange it for something else? No one's listening, so if you don't like it, we won't tell anyone.
Between you and I, that is not what I wanted. It looked like a pair of like shades for women.
Okay.
But it is what it is. It has the receipt, and then I could always go back and exchange it for something else.
There you go. They're probably pretty stylish, I'm sure, but yeah.
That's why they call it white elephant, right?
Right.
There you go.
Yeah. Well, Dariq, we certainly appreciate the time. Congrats on the great season so far, and best of luck in this final week of the regular season and then the playoffs moving forward.
All right. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Seahawks Player Spotlight is presented by 3 Tree Roofing.
Just between you and me.
Yes, just between you and me, Dave. Do you think we got Dariq Young in trouble there?
Well, I like that you said nobody's listening. That's always good radio.
Well, that's how you get someone to reveal, let down their guard. I didn't know. He was going to say, I didn't really like the president. We just got some inside gossip there.
If he's ever wearing those, I'm going to say, hello, madam.
No, he's never going to wear them. He's going to return it, so I feel bad.
Yeah. Well, maybe he gets something really nice.
Whatever Seahawks receiver got him that, or whoever the white elephant involved, we're sorry. That wasn't us. But yes, you eventually got Dariq Young what he wanted. I was thinking, so when I asked that question, I forgot, and I was kind of thinking, oh, well, maybe it's like Yankee Swap, which,
Swap?
Which we learned in The Office. You ever seen The Office Christmas episode?
I don't remember that
where some people have other names for it. Matt, what would you call it? We can steal a gift. They called it Yankee swap in the office.
That is just white elephant, isn't it?
No, white elephant, you just give someone a present. Like, you don't know who or is that just Secret Santa? Like, when you draw someone's name, you give them a present. I thought that was white elephant. Or is white elephant when you're actually stealing?
Well,
the
one
gift?
of them, isn't it where that you can trade
That's
something?
something. Yes, that would be. So in the office,
And
they
you try
broke it
to-
down.
Yeah.
It's a famous Office Christmas episode, and they had done a gift giving thing, and Michael Scott hated his gift because Meredith knit him an oven mitt.
Yeah.
So he decided they were going to do Yankee swap so he could steal and get a good present. So I was thinking of that.
I gotcha.
But I might have just confused everything. But either way, I don't think it was a kind of swap because he wouldn't have ended up with the glasses then if he hated them.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's hilarious that
I've confused
you said,
Matt. Did we find a resolution?
You said nobody's listening, and then he said just between you and me. That was the best part. No, you know what's funny? We were just talking about during the break about how you never know what you're going to get in an interview.
Yeah.
I mean, every once in a while you crack open somebody with a great question, like Nick Emanwari. And we played that earlier where he said he'd rather lay out. If it's a 49er, I'd rather lay a guy out. But if it's any other team, I'll take an interception. And you never know if you're going to get something like that or, somebody's going to give you a one-word answer. I was telling you about a certain player that, I was talking about his heritage, and he was the only one from his heritage that was, how proud of you of that are you and things like that. And he was like, yeah, thanks. Or something like that. So every once in a while you get a really good one, and that one was good. That was definitely a good question there.
I think so. Okay, clarification here. White elephant is where you can steal, right? Is that what we figured out? I think what they actually did, you said white elephant, he maybe got confused. What they did is just a Secret Santa because he got stuck with the glasses. So if he didn't like it and they were doing a kind of white elephant steal, I would have hoped he would have grabbed something else. So I'm trying to get to the bottom of this for Dariq Young's sake, but it sounds like it was just like a Secret Santa. So yeah, we did get a good answer out of it. So there's Dariq Young. Our thanks to him for that insight on the Seahawks gift-giving process and that insight on special teams as well. It was pretty revealing, especially when you look at the differences between the Seahawks on special teams and teams like the Rams, who fired their special teams coordinator after that game against the Seahawks. And I don't know if the Seahawks come back without that Rashid Shaheed punt return touchdown. That kind of sparked everything. They're down 16. Sam Darnold had just thrown the interception. The defense forces a 3-and-out. Shaheed returns it for a touchdown. All right. You get the 2-point conversion. It's 30-22. Now the defense had to step up again, force a 3-and-out, and you had to score again, get that wild 2-point conversion to tie the game. But what an impact special teams has made this year. We've talked about it a lot, how impactful it's been for the Seahawks this season.
Yeah, and Dariq Young's been a big part of that, although he's been in and out of the lineup just because of injuries. I can't remember what his was. How many times do we say that? It's because you get, it's it's a hamstring or it's a
He had a
groin.
quad injury. He missed 8 games.
Quad. Yeah. Well, and you know what? He had in a game a 60-yard return. And then also he had a game where he had 5 returns for 150 yards. And the field position thing is huge. I mean, that is that, and that's where the Seahawks really excel. But not only that, they've given us 4 touchdowns. 4 touchdowns on special teams. The George Alani, fumble recovery. And then you had the Shaheed punt return you just mentioned. And then he had the kickoff return against Atlanta, and I think it was the opening kickoff of the second half, and they just took off from there. And then you had the Torrey Horton punt return. And not only that, you've had a punt block by DeAnthony Bell, 2 field goal blocks, Julian Love and Emanwari. And then you had the kickoff punch-out by Peely, and O'Toole ends up recovering that fumble, and then the very next play was a touchdown to Arroyo. And then just a lot of other things. Like I said, the field position and everything, it's just been amazing what they've gotten out of their special teams. I don't think there's a better special team player, team anywhere in the league. Also, Julian Love blocked a kick last year against the Patriots. So I don't know how many he has in his career. I was just texting with Joe Nash, who was a nose guard when I played, and he had like 8 blocks. And I think 6 of them were field goals and 2 of them were extra points. But those are huge, man. Those end up, how many times do you see 1-2 point losses? and it's because of special teams. So yeah, it's been really impactful. And I think that's the way to put that, because usually you just you take the fair catch, or you just run down on the kickoff and it's no big deal. But like he said, in Pittsburgh, for sure, they didn't know. They didn't know what the rule was there, and every one of our guys knew. So I love that. The other thing that I remember when we talked to Brandon Peely, he said that Jay Harbaugh texted him and said, "Hey, I want you to come run down on kickoffs for me," which is unusual for a defensive lineman. So, it's cool what Jay Harbaugh has done, and he's very kind of behind the scenes. You don't see him a lot on the sidelines, and they don't ever focus in on him, but he has been incredible with special teams. And like I've said a number of times this year, a lot of teams will give that lip service and say, yeah, it's all three phases, but they don't really work on it that much. Whereas Jay Harbaugh has made it something that guys want to be on that team. And the great example, it really is Brandon Peely, because, he gets a chance to directly affect the game. He goes down, gets the punch out, and next play, we score a touchdown. So, yeah, I mean, you're helping your team win field position wise, especially with this defense. So, but now they have had some negative. I don't think we've had anything blocked. We did have, the 61-yarder that was missed by Jason, but that was his only miss in the month of November, and he was special team player of the month. Shaheed was special team player of the week. But, we did have the one punt return against Tennessee, where they scored a touchdown. But other than that, it's been very positive.
Yeah. So Dariq Young, who has been big on special teams, now actually might have a bigger role in the pass game this week. The receiver depth is kind of thin now, Dave. He was targeted one time. Dariq Young was targeted one time against the Panthers, but he's been a big special teams guy. But you have Shaheed dealing with a concussion, so we'll get an update tomorrow. For the Seahawks, the first injury report of the week comes out tomorrow. That will be a big one. And then the news today that Cody White, out for the season, placed on IR with a groin injury, so his season is done. You're looking at that depth. You have JSN, and Cooper Kupp. Torrey Horton's been hurt. In terms of pass-catching options, Elijah Arroyo has been hurt. You have A.J. Barner, who's been great, but now, it's Jake Bobo. You don't have Cody White. You might not have Rashid Shaheed.
Yeah.
Dariq Young could play a pretty big role. And I'm curious that I don't know if there's a correlation. It's not one that I had necessarily thought of, but it was something that Benjamin Solak of ESPN brought up today with Bump and Stacy. I'm curious to get your thoughts on this, and we can kind of get into it a little bit more at 5:30 as well. But he broke down why he thought that the absences of Elijah Arroyo and Torrey Horton are hurting more in the Seahawks passing game than people might have thought.
Some of the injuries have gone a little bit underappreciated, right? I think the absence of Elijah Arroyo has affected their ability to get into multiple tight end sets. And that was something they really liked to do to force base defense onto the field. They would get you with three linebackers on the field, and then they would throw off those looks. They're getting a lot less base these days because they're spending more time in 11 personnel because they lost Arroyo, and they obviously had a Rashid Shaheed at the trade deadline. No Torrey Horton as well, who, I'm not telling you Torrey Horton was a critical part of this offense or anything, but he was a clear option for them as their two receiver sets when they were in 12 personnel, when they had only two receivers on the field. He's been replaced by Shaheed, and Sam and Shaheed have really struggled to find chemistry in the first, 6, 7, 8 weeks together.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I think his big plays have been running the ball, obviously, and on the returns, certainly the kickoff return and punt return, but yeah, he had that was like an end around for 31 yards against the Rams that kind of sparked that drive. I think the very next play is when A.J. Barner ran that post corner and shook the guy to the ground literally and made that awesome catch. It was one of my favorite plays of the year. But yeah, I mean, it's as far as finding the chemistry with Sam, I guess you could say that it's not quite there yet. You know?
Yeah, and I didn't really, I guess, think about how much Torrey Horton might have meant or what he was doing to open other guys up. But he got hurt after that Commanders game. And in that game, that's maybe the last time the offense has looked really lights out in the first half. Right. And they just lit up the Commanders early on. What did they put up, like 35 points in the first half? They ended up winning 38-14. I think all the starters were out in the third quarter. But early on in that game, Horton had 2 touchdowns. 2 touchdowns on 4 targets, had 4 receptions, and then he had a big game against the Steelers. Remember, there was a key play where he was wide open for a touchdown.
Yeah. No, I mean, definitely. Also, in that Commander game you were talking about, that's what I just detailed with Peely getting the punch out. Arroyo had that catch, which was an amazing throw and catch. So, yeah, I mean, I guess I hadn't really thought of it that way, just, missing those 2 guys because they're rookies, but they've, as far as the tight end replacement, they've gone with Nick Callerup. And, he has been, he had the holding penalty on the first Ram game, but then also, on the other side of it, he's had some really good blocks downfield. One that scored us a touchdown. I'm trying to remember what, maybe Houston game, I think it was. So, yeah, I mean, he's been okay, but I think Arroyo is just so much more dynamic just because he's got that speed. He's a big guy, and his blocking was starting to come around too. So, yeah, I mean, I think Benjamin Solak bringing that up, I think I'm glad he did, just because I hadn't really thought about those 2 guys. Because I have to say, I kind of discount rookies. I mean, if it's a rookie, unless it's a first rounder, but yeah, I mean, it hasn't been great as far as our luck with injuries. Number one, and number 2, especially with the rookies.
Yeah, and I think because of how well the defense has overcome the injuries,
that
we kind of maybe discounted, like you were saying, the impact that those injuries on offense have been. But it does feel like, hey, if you're looking for a secondary deep threat, or where's that vertical passing game been? Well, maybe it's all just kind of piling up that teams have started to focus on JSN a little more. That Cooper Kupp's not necessarily going to be that deep threat every possession. Shaheed is still finding his way into this offense, and now he's dealing with an injury. Yeah, you don't have Horton. You don't have a guy that they really liked in Elijah Arroyo. And perhaps that's also what's led to these, in a second half, slow starts and second half of the season, slow starts in the first half for the offense and Sam Darnold. So
and Horton
we'll see what happens.
Horton had, 6 touchdowns? I mean, including the punt return?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he had 5 receiving.
5 receiving touchdowns, including 2 in that game. The last game, unfortunately, he played this year against the Commanders. Then he hasn't played since then.
And I just don't know. I just have never thought of it that way, that you're missing 2. I mean, they're both later round draft choices, and, I guess I would say that if your offensive firepower is really left wanting because you have 2 rookies that are injured that you didn't really expect, I don't know. I'm not buying that. I think it's something else. But that is an interesting coincidence that since that time when those guys have been injured, the passing game hasn't been quite as dynamic.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about the Seahawks defense compared to the 49ers offense, the 2 kind of elite units for that side. But we haven't given enough credit to maybe what the Seahawks offense can do against the 49ers defense. We'll explain why, because there are some areas of concern if you're the 49ers on that side of the ball. Dive into that up next. Mike Lefko and Dave Wyman with you. Wyman and Bob on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Let's start with the most obvious, Brock.
Brock and Salk.
His defense is really good.
Morning 6 to 10.
A lot of loss.
Yesterday was, we can't block DeMarcus Lawrence, we can't block Leonard, we can't block Byron, we can't do anything, we can't push the ball down the field. We just can't compete with that defense that is just basically humiliated us in our own building.
Very, very attuned to not giving up the big play, but then the pass rush is a big part of that, and it gets home.
Only on Seattle Sports.
Hey, when you're at home and next to your windows, do you notice cold air or a draft when the wind blows? How about moisture or leaking during a rainstorm? Dave Wyman here, and after 20 years in our home, our window seals started breaking. And a failed window can do major damage to your home, and the older the window, the more likely it is to fail. And that's why right now is an excellent time to have Harley Exteriors come by for a no-charge consultation. That's right, it's free, and that's exactly what I had done over the summer. And not only were they extremely knowledgeable about all things windows, I found them to be polite, professional, respectful. In other words, people you want to do business with. Harley Exteriors has a special offer for Seattle sports fans right now. Buy 3 windows, get 1 free, and no payments or interest until 2027. And also, they will take an additional $200 off your entire project. So call 833-HARLEY. That's 833-HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com and schedule your free consultation today. They'll give you an honest assessment and quote you on a window solution. That's harleyexteriors.com. downloadthelowesapp.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code HEAT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code HEAT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code HEAT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Getting more as a MyLowe's Pro Rewards member is easier than ever with the Lowe's app. Download it today and earn 500 points the first time you log in. Plus, your digital wallet helps you scan, save, earn, and access what you need to manage it all in one place. Download the Lowe's app and take advantage of your Pro benefits today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid 12/1/25 through 1/7/26. Offer valid for first login per organization only. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Additional restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Guys, low energy, low drive, or strength not what it used to be? For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Washington, start with a free T-check exam and consultation to get real answers. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. Call 206-529-1111 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply. Must medically qualify.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III! Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
The stock market was on fire in 2025 due to AI and tech stocks. Now is the time to set a strategy for 2026. It's a good opportunity to lock in those gains and invest into a stable platform. With $8 trillion in cash sitting on the sidelines, investors are either scared or unsure where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Seahawks 49ers, Saturday nights, the 1 seed on the line. really don't know what to expect with either of these teams. You know, we know what they're good at. We have seen them ascend to the top of the NFC. But I think when you look at two teams that played all the way back in week 1, it's tough to really draw on prior matchups or what they have done over the course of the season. So we just kind of look and think, look, hey, the Niners offense, very good. They've shown it over the past 3 weeks. The Seahawks defense, we know how good it's been. But I don't think I realized just how bad the 49ers defense has been until we sat down and watched them on Monday night or on Sunday night against the Bears, and they just couldn't stop the Bears at all. Yeah. I was stunned to see a 49ers defense this bad, Dave.
Yeah, well, if there are other injuries that I'm missing, but the two big ones are Fred Warner and then Bosa.
Yeah.
You know, Nick Bosa has definitely been, something that's really hurt them. And this is via NASA Chobe, our awesome producer for our pre and post game and then for the huddle. But the 49ers are dead last in the NFL with only 18 sacks. And you look at it, Myles Garrett has 22 sacks. And so, that's one guy, and they have 18. They're also number 30 in pressures with 101, and then 30th in pressure percentage at 16.7. So also 30th in blitz percentage with just 18.3%. So, the no Bosa definitely makes a huge difference there. But then also you got Fred Warner, who, sometimes they'll send on blitzes. He's a good blitzer. So they don't have those two elements. And so that, the team I feel like that gave the Seahawks the most trouble was the Vikings. Just because, look, you would definitely throw in there the Rams as well, right? Because they forced 4 turnovers or takeaways. But also, I think that if Sam's back there and able to have time and not get chased out of the pocket and everything, then that I think that's a huge advantage for our offense. So it kind of matches up well that way. And like you said, yeah, their offense is incredible and they've done it through the air through the past, but their defense really has not been great. I was just looking at their numbers, total yards. They're 19th. Against the pass, they're 25th out of 32 teams. They're good against the run. Number 6 against the run, but then in total points, they're giving up 22 points a game, which is 13th. So, yeah, it's their defense definitely is. I think Sam's going to have a big day, and I think they're going to need to. And we heard that from, I think it was Daniel Jeremiah that said, we need to go down and score 30 points or something like that. But I do expect them to feast on that defense.
Yeah, and I guess for all we talk about the struggles over these last few games, the Seahawks did put up 38 points against the Rams.
Yeah.
And certainly a touchdown came on a punt return, but the offense, when they had to, they scored. Down the stretch, they had those key drives, and they absolutely had to in the fourth quarter and then in overtime. They looked really good. On the opening drive of the game, went right down, scored a touchdown, then did nothing the rest of the first half. But after that, in that fourth quarter, the offense found a way, like they did for the most part the first time against the Rams, except for the missed field goal at the end and the fact that you just didn't have enough to come all the way back because of that deficit. But the Seahawks have shown that they have been able to come back. And I think that's the sample size I'm kind of putting stock into. Of all these teams they've played, Colts, Vikings, Falcons, Titans, none of them are very good. Well, maybe the Falcons we need to give some more respect to. But out of those teams, and in this recent stretch, the Rams, we know they're a good team. They were right up there with the Seahawks. So for the Seahawks offense to show what they showed in the fourth quarter, if they have that against the Niners, a lot of good can happen, it feels like. It just, the consistency. Where's that consistency from first half to second half? That has not been there over the course of these past 5+ games. And there always is going to be that lingering worry that when you play a team that is good enough to finally make you pay, it's going to come back and haunt you. And the Niners offense might be a team that can do it. So like you were saying, and like Daniel Jeremiah said, hey, if it takes 30 points, that might be what it takes because of how good this Niners offense is. But I do think from everything you outlined, this is a much different defense than we're used to seeing, and most people are used to seeing from the 49ers team. No, Bosa's got to be a huge advantage. I mean, he was there in week 1. Wasn't he the guy that pushed Abe Lucas back into Darnold? Yeah, and forced the fumble. So to not have that, a guy who has just been an absolute game wrecker for the past few years against this Seahawks team, I think that's a big advantage that we're not counting on, or we hadn't been able to count on in the past when you look at the offensive line holding up or pass protection holding up and letting a quarterback have more time to make a throw like Darnold did to Cooper Kupp on that final drive to beat the Rams.
Yeah, no, there's no question. And, that was, and I don't remember seeing if anybody who Sam was throwing to. I think somebody was open. It might have been Horton, when Abe Lucas got shoved into Sam Darnold. And that was weird, too. That, remember, afterwards, people are like, well, he dropped the ball. Like, it wasn't just that he dropped the ball. Like, he got... Same thing with the other day with the Carolina Panthers. And those are 2 giveaways that Sam has had that, and I think they have, 27 giveaways, but they were like, yeah, he's got to stop with the fumbles. But those are, a pass rush problem. And, and I didn't think it had really anything to do with Sam holding onto the ball too long or being careless with the football. It was that, he got his arm, stopped mid-throw, and I thought, honestly, if that was one of those that got ruled on the field as a forward pass, that it would have held, because it was so close. It really was. It was kind of hard to tell whether that was a fumble or not. And then, same thing with the Bosa play. So I kind of discount, the whole as far as Sam turning the ball over a ton of times on those 2 plays. Those just are not his fault. I'm sorry. So, and you could say, well, you could have moved around the pocket. I don't know. I'm not so sure about that. And what was weird, too, in the first matchup where Abe gets pushed back into Sam Darnold, Abe never does that. He always, kind of anchors and drops his weight down, and he just didn't. He got beat on that one, and that's just because Bosa is such a good pass rusher. So definitely, it's a huge advantage not having those 2 players. I think Fred Warner is seen as the best off-the-ball linebacker in the league. So yeah, that part of it I think is maybe will be. And like I said, I do feel like maybe where Sam struggles the most is when you get a lot of pressure, like in that Minnesota game. Remember that? I mean, everybody was kind of up in arms. We ended up beating him, 26-0 or something like that? And everybody was all freaked out about the offense and, that, they got to us and that's a recipe. And they took away JSN, and JSN didn't have many catches in that game. But I don't know. There was lots of pressure. That's something that bothers Darnold a little bit. Well, you heard the numbers that NASA had. I mean, it's not good. There are only 18 sacks on the year. So, yeah, that's definitely the effect of not having Bosa in there.
All right, that should be a great sign then for the Seahawks on Saturday. Meanwhile, for the final time in 2025, Dave, we have to find out what we learned. Matt is so thrilled to be able to do this again. He said, I cannot wait till we wrap up 2025 with this segment. So we will do that coming up next here on Wyman and Bob on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Charbonnet breaks the tackle and he's in. Touchdown, Seahawks!
Setting up the biggest game of the season.
A critical, huge NFC West battle against the San Francisco 49ers.
Seahawks are going to play for the NFC West title, the #1 seed, and a first-round bye.
Holy catfish!
It doesn't get any bigger than this.
Let's go do it. Let's go rip it.
Seahawks 49ers. Saturday. Kickoff at 5. Pregame at 2.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Seattle's rainy season is here. Don't wait to replace your roof. Schedule your free estimate at 3treeroofing.com and get $500 off your roofing project. Our expert team creates a custom plan for your home, ensuring a smooth, worry-free installation even in the winter months. With material prices low and lead time short, now is the best time to act. Stop throwing money at costly repairs. Protect your home this winter with a new roof from your neighbors at 3Tree Roofing. Visit 3treeroofing.com today to secure your $500 discount. 3Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
What does VA mean to me?
A place for my daughter to call home. Thanks to the VA Home Loan.
A new lease on life. The best healthcare team I've ever had is here at VA.
And education, and the opportunity to open doors I never thought possible with my GI Bill.
The financial support I need to manage the disabilities I developed because of my service.
Get what you earned. Visit choose.va.gov.
Not all veterans are eligible for the type or amount of benefits mentioned here.
At
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its National Red Tag Sales event this Friday, January 2nd through Sunday, January 25th. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event starting this Friday. Discover the D.R. Horton difference. Visit drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
Are your investment dollars working as hard as they should be? You've spent years building your future. Don't let outdated advice put it at risk. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. We're a veteran-owned firm proud to bring a new standard of financial care to the Seattle area. Our nationally recognized advisors are fiduciaries, ethically bound to put your interests first. That's the highest standard of care in the industry. As a privately held company, we answer to you, our valued clients, not shareholders. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a customized plan. From Bellevue to Tacoma, get advice you can count on. It's time to take a fresh look at your financial plan. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just needed help. They started taking Viagra, and it worked great at first. But after a few years, it stopped working. The problem is that their arteries had become more restricted since they started taking it, because Viagra does not unclog arteries. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to target the real problem. We break down plaque and clear up the arteries so blood can flow like it did in your 20s. This restores function. And guys, listen to this. You won't have to take a pill anymore. So if this sounds like you, give West Coast Men's Health a call today and see how we can help.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
This is a house of learned doctors.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
What did we learn today?
No one's a bigger idiot than me.
Stupidity is the easiest way out.
I guess I can make the obvious joke that when it's us two, Dave, there's not a lot of learning and there's a lot of stupidity. So, Yeah, we haven't done what we learned lately, but
I'd say no more than normal. I mean, there's a normal amount of stupidity.
Yeah, sometimes you and we're kings of the morons. Our loyal
Well, I
listeners,
think you and I, we found out that we both agree on when you can't find somebody's name in your brain, it just drives you nuts, and you can't even move on until you figure it out. Tom Wilhelmsen, the bartender, is the guy I was trying to, because I was telling a story about when we interviewed him one time, and my dad had told me that he knew he knew somebody who knew Tom Wilhelmsen, and he had some nickname like. I can't remember.
The bartender.
No, I mean the guy that my dad knew had some nickname that was very memorable. And so we got in an interview with Tom Wilhelmsen, and I said, "Hey, my dad told me that he knows Joe Blow," and went on and on about it. And we used to come to the bar that you were bartending at, and he's like, "I've never heard of that guy." And I'm like, "All right."
That's
next question.
Terrible realization. Yeah. The interview comes to a screeching halt.
Oh, brutal,
man. All right. Well, I guess we do need you for this segment, man. I thought Dave was just going to tell that story the whole time, but I guess there are some other things we learned.
Yeah. Luckily.
No, Dave, these aren't important. Keep going on about how you knew a guy that forgot a name or something.
That didn't end up knowing a guy.
Such a fascinating story.
Dave knew a guy that did not end up knowing that guy.
Well, now that you put it like that, it does sound boring. All right. What did we learn?
Let's see. We learned how much of a Seahawks fan John Morosi is.
My Seahawks knowledge is not terribly strong, but I do know this: they're playing a pretty major game against the Niners this weekend. That I do know because as I'm I'm on the treadmill here. Even for me, it's a little chilly to go running outside in these like snow drifts. So I've been running inside here at the hotel, and darn it when the sports center is cycling on the screen. Every 2 seconds is telling me, okay, NFC West is at stake. Yep. Seahawks Niners. So I am fully locked in. I texted my brother-in-law Justin today. I was like, hey, I know the game's coming up, man. I'm pulling for your guys, especially with the Lions out of this now. So I now have to find a bandwagon to jump on, and my instinct is to jump on the Seahawks bandwagon.
We got plenty of room
there.
He says I have limited knowledge. He probably knows like where they rank and what their offensive numbers are, and because he is like Mr. Detail.
You're right. I bet his limited knowledge is still more knowledge than most people's general passing knowledge of the Seahawks.
Right.
Just if you ask some random person on the street, I bet John Morosi would know more about the Seahawks than said random person.
Oh, yeah.
Which is impressive because it's his fourth to fifth sport, one he doesn't cover.
Right.
And it made me. Hearing him again made me remember. Did you hear when he was talking about the Mariners prospects? He snuck in another good pronunciation. I can't do it with the R's, but when he was saying Lazaro Montes
Suarez,
he really overhyped that Lazaro. And I was like, oh, that's a new one for Morosi. But yeah, he does it better than anyone.
Oh yeah, he is amazing. It's always every one of them. One of these times we need to give him give him a sentence to read that has a whole bunch of guys with the rolling R's names in there. I guarantee he'll nail it.
You were here, right, when he was doing the Ferrer and he was acting out the hand motion? The float away. You let it kind of float away. I've never seen him so excited on a name pronunciation.
Hilarious. What else? What else did we learn?
We also learned that even football players get bad Christmas gifts.
You guys do any kind of like a Secret Santa or anything with your teammates?
Yeah, this year we did a white elephant in the receivers room.
What'd you get?
Ended up with a pair of shades.
Okay. Is that what you wanted, or is that secretly you're going to go exchange it for something else? No one's listening, so if you don't like it, we won't tell anyone.
Between you and I, that is not what I wanted. It looked like a pair of like shades for women.
Okay.
But it is what it is. It has the receipt, and then I could always go back and exchange it for something else.
I didn't know that they put receipts in there for the white elephant thing. So that's good.
Okay. There is some theories thrown out there on the text line, and yes, I think listening back, he did end up with it. So it was, I think, a traditional white elephant where it got swapped around, and that's probably why he was fine saying, yeah, I didn't like this gift. It's not like someone gave it to him like a Secret Santa. It threw me off when you said Secret Santa. So in my mind, I'm thinking like, oh, someone got that for him. But no, it does sound like more of a white elephant because, if you swap it out a couple times, depending on the rules, it gets retired. So someone will get stuck with a certain present. Like, you don't want to open a good gift early because then that's going to get passed around and quickly retired. You want the best one to be opened, like, at the very end.
Gotcha.
I'm sure there's more strategy that we don't know. But, yes, it sounds like not a lot of people maybe wanted the women's sunglasses, and then Dariq Young ended up with it. So,
well, Mike, why don't you go home, do some research, get all the rules, and we'll talk about it in tomorrow's show.
Okay.
Oh, we don't have a show tomorrow.
Well, Dave will be here, so you and Matt can talk about it at some point.
Oh, boy.
On the huddle.
How exciting. We'll dedicate a whole hour to it.
I'm going to be at the VMAC, so.
It's all right. You can still talk to Matt.
That's okay.
Okay.
I'm good.
We talk enough.
Yeah,
I don't think we need to add more talking.
All right. We won't talk anymore. We'll just learn maybe one more thing today.
We learned that Dave is having some personal issues.
Dave, I know you and Bob talk a lot about if only they could hear what went on during the breaks. Only the listeners could know. Where we discovered that Dave's having some performance issues right now. What's going on over there?
Well, it's old. It's small. And it is unreliable. Talking about my phone. What's the matter with you? Jeez. Yeah, so my phone sucks.
Okay, you were excited to bring that up. That was not me.
Yeah, it
was a good joke.
Myself up. Yeah, it was pretty good.
Yeah, how's your phone doing over there?
It's fine now that I got Matt on it, and I know Matt gets incredibly annoyed with me when there's a technology issue. But yeah, we got it all charged up. We're good to go.
All right. That's awesome. I'm glad.
I'll be just fine with my phone not working.
Yeah, I mean, people are worried if you can't get in touch with you. You don't need to get in touch with Dave. He'll get in touch with you if he wants to get in touch with you. So, all right, that'll do it for our show for today and for 2025. Yeah, we are off tomorrow and Thursday. We're back on Friday. So thanks everyone who listened in 2025. We certainly appreciate it. And thanks to our guests today, El Ombre, John Morosi, and Dariq Young. Seahawks, 49ers. You can listen to Brock and Salk tomorrow and Bump and Stacy and then Dave on the huddle as well. We will be back on Friday with Wyman and Bob. Coming up next, though, it's the Alamo Bowl, USC and TCU right here on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Yeah, it's about to go down.
Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
The NFC West and NFC number 1 seed. 2 open battles that are really settled with 1 game Saturday night.
It's all about Brock Purdy. Can you rattle him? Because when he throws interceptions, this offense just doesn't go. And quietly, Christian McCaffrey is putting together another great season, and ain't nobody really talking about him. Usually he's the guy who's hurt, who's banged up, who you're waiting to get back, and he's been solid all year.
Only on Seattle Sports.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Tune in this Saturday when the Seahawks take on San Francisco. Kickoff at 5 o'clock p.m. Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Proud sponsor of the Seattle Seahawks and the biggest and best in the Pacific Northwest.
Want to make 2026 your year of adventure? Book that trip and learn a new language with Babbel. Go ahead, make a resolution you can stick to. Now is the time. Babbel's New Year sale is here. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with the lifetime subscription for 65% off. Just go to Babbel.com and start today. Babbel teaches you relevant words and phrases, so you can start speaking with confidence in as little as 3 weeks. And because Babbel's bite-sized lessons fit easily into your daily routine and are easy to remember, you'll be talking like a local in time for takeoff. Dive into the world of language learning content with Babbel's videos, podcasts, and stories from around the world, full of culture bites and language learning tips. Turn your daydream into a destination this year with Babbel. But don't wait. This offer ends January 15th. Get Babbel's lifetime access for less at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la. CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Comebacks over the last 2 years make it a 7th as the Illini win it. So Rocky Boyman, who is your big Monster Energy player of the game?
Well, I told you before the game, I think for Illinois to win this thing, you got to put the ball in the hands of Luke Altmaier. They did that, and he was fantastic tonight. He's the player of the game, 19 of 31, 194 passing, but also the critical runs that he had, the touchdown runs. I mean, taking shots, taking big hits, picking up first downs. I thought he was incredible in his final game for Illinois.
10 carries, 54 yards to go with it, as well as you made the point about all of his great plays throughout the night. So Luke Altmaier brought the big Monster Energy today. Are you ready to take it to the next level? Unleash the beast this college tailgate season with Monster Energy. Tear into a can of the meanest energy drink on the planet. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Well, once again, our final score, Illinois 30 and Tennessee 28. For Rocky Boyman and